Attempt. No, now it says it's live. Alrighty. And to try twice. What an enormous pain in the ass. Yo, here's a question. Why the fuck is Silent Basilisk like a locked-in personnel? I get it. Like, he's safe, but like, you don't even need to get him, dog. He's completely optional. I suppose so is Quiet, but like, the fuck? We get to S rank Skullface. I actually managed to go and delete a couple videos. Which is a definite improvement. Because a lot of them were garbage. Fuck me, all my content's garbage. I haven't received a single thing. Oh, by the way,
Be careful down there, boss.
I checked to see what's the sort of requirements for USO Gaming doing a stream to donate money to the USO. Turns out that it is remarkably easy. So now it's a deserving issue. Now I'm sitting here thinking like, do I really want to besmirch the name of USO Gaming with my terrible fucking content? It's like, you know, sign up for it and then like it sets up donations automatically. You put like a goal and you like call your friends and then just start doing whatever.
Let me work to pay for what I've done. I'll prove it that I've always been your ally.
Boss, I'll be focused on coordinating backup here at Mother Base. The chain of command is still in place. If you have orders, give them through Miller as usual. Skullface is in OKB-0. Start by making contact with him. The facility itself is under the control of XOF, Cypher's Strike Force. We have no hard data on their force strength, so your judgment in the field will be key. Boss, we're finally here. Find Skullface and take everything from him.
Skullface doesn't have mystique. Skullface is the deadly and mysterious man with nothing to lose.
Still quiet at the silo. No sign of Skullface or his Goliath.
Surely they can't already have... No, never mind.
I'm gonna... Oh, fuck me. Damn it. I gotta check what's-his-face's thing. I've mentioned it before in my broadcast. See if he's got a
XOF has occupied the facility.
No traces run.
Skullface must be close.
Skullface, no traces run. That's gotta be hard. No traces is where you don't shoot anybody, you don't use any bullets, you don't do anything. Just get from A to B and move on with your life. Gotta be tough. I wonder what counts in no traces. Like, does mist count? Because if mist doesn't count, you can sprint no traces any mission. Mist absolutely fucking blinds everybody.
Only one gate left. From here on in, you're in the enemy's headquarters.
Something's wrong. But it has to be here.
Understood. Keep your eyes open. Out.
You can't get up here. There must be it's probably a crack climbing thing. It's probably a crack that you need to climb to get from A to B. I think with no traces you can't even use magazines. An empty magazine from one of your weapons on the ground. It was fun in Metal Gear Solid 2. That was a requirement. You had to actually empty out a clip in order to gain an empty clip to throw. The game kept track of all that crap. Now they just like give you infinite magazines. Fun, silly willy. Fuck it. You're gonna make things hard on me, and then get out of my way. That guy over there on the other roof is also a sniper. I'm gonna have to watch out for where he's facing at any given moment. Let's see if I can get it anyways. Can I get an S rank? Even though I got spotted? By just racing through. That's a possibility.
His ride has arrived. Don't let Skullface get away. Stop him at the heliport. Boss, can you see the heliport? Skullface is right there. Make contact with him and make him talk. You have to stop him before his plan is set in motion. Sahelanthropus is somewhere inside there. First of all, make...
I don't know what it means that that one soldier speaks in the voice of Robert Atkins Downs, because Miller is on the chopper. You see him at the end of the next mission. And so he cannot simultaneously be a random soldier that Skullface is in charge of. Yeah, shit, look at that. That fucking piss poor performance is S rank worthy. Like I said before, there's only one thing that I know how to do. Win, 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 no matter what. Money on my mind, I can never get enough. I guess at the end of the day, running USO gaming streams for donations to the USO, I guess that doesn't exactly like besmirch their name in any way, shape, or form. Because it's kind of like, you know, like what if a war criminal or like a, you know, guy who runs a, you know, skin flick store, like what if he gave money to the USO? What if he donated to the USO? And it's like that doesn't do anything to the USO. I don't know what cutscene this is. This is.
Mgsv tatana mono intangu yandi ivandaka ke salanamin ke salaka tatanan ge mingi. Eli lolula mono muzolaka vekutuba ukizina ge bingi laka mono. Ukizina ge bingi laka mono.
Tepe, Eli, what's the matter? Fighting will get you nowhere, Eli. Cut it out, kid. That ain't a toy. Eli.
Don't call me that! I'm not a kid. You hear me?
Enough. On the battlefield, they use one another's nom de guerre. Here, we insist they use their real names. That hasn't sat too well with Eli. Or should I say, Unyoka Ya Mbembe. He thinks his boys are letting us grown-ups walk all over him.
Roger.
If someone cut together all the scenes of Eli getting beaten in this game, then and then made a 10-hour version, I would watch it. He's such a little prick. It's not like he gets any better whenever he grows up either. He remains a complete fucking asshole.
Gaining altitude.
Did we already show Paz our latest picture that we got from the Wandering Soldiers? Since no one's watching the stream, it's up to you to go back in time, track me down, and go to my house and then answer my question. My mobile home that I'm staying in. It's not even mine. My uncle said that I can have it, but until you get that stuff in writing. No, I like my uncle. There's nothing, I don't have anything bad to say about my uncle at all. But dealing with his big sister, my mother, it's made me really want everything to be in writing before I, agree to anything at all. Before I believe anything at all. I've said it in an earlier broadcast. She did that thing where she said that she was going to give me a house. I'm like, fuck yeah, I'll take a house. And it turns out that she was lying. She just wanted me to pay for her house, pay the mortgage on it for like years. How many coins do I have? It's like 600, isn't it? It's gonna be ages before I get, 375. It's gonna be ages before I get enough to get that last one. Not that it matters. The only thing it really does is allows us to push out more combat deployments. Anyway, time for ending 1. Load out 2. I got my peanut butter shield. Should be good. And I guess we can grab that. And of course, gonna need D Walker, even though we still don't have anything but his fucking handguns. Alright then. I think we're good to go. What's our mission task? Like, number 1 is defeat Sahelanthropus. Number 2 is like do it without wearing a hat. Number 3 is like punch that floating boy at least once. Deck him square in the jaw.
Got a spike on the RWR. Strange PRF. What's wrong? Control lost. Can't maintain RPM. We're settling.
Remember that the floating boy changes his accoutrement whenever somebody else takes control of him. And in this particular case, we're really making this whole thing very explicit. Remember, people take control of them.
Recovered control. Ascending.
Using their emotions, no words.
Snake, there's something wrong with Eli.
Hey, Miller. I don't fucking give a shit. Down here surrounded by XOF soldiers fighting a man on fire, but Miller still has the balls to tell me that something's wrong with Eli. What the fuck do you want me to do about it? That guy. That's definitely Robert Atkin Downs voicing that particular random soldier. I don't know what that means. I don't know what it means. No clue. We left off last time. You know, that wasn't even the same cutscene. It was the same cutscene, so to speak, but from a different angle. Isn't that wacky? He takes the time every time that he has you go through something again, quote unquote. He takes the time to go ahead and something smelled like a fucking dead body. And to look around with a flashlight and I found it because it was a dead rat.
PRF anomaly. Quick is outbound. Departing the AO for now.
Now I gotta find my fucking air freshener. Gross, dude.
All units, move in!
Somebody out there on this planet eats the dead rats that his or her cat brings him. It happens. Someone out there does it. I want to meet him. Three cans of air freshener around here someplace. Sorry, am I ruining the dramatic moments here? Shit stinks. Right, of course it stinks. Got it. This one feels empty. Easy now. Hell yeah.
Cypher will rewrite the records, and I will vanish from human
memory.
But the thirst for revenge that I have planted will infest the system.
No one can stop it now. Major
will unleash that thirst onto the future. Major,
I'm burning.
up!
6 pairs. Okay.
Boss, get out of there!
Nah. Just want to stand here and keep staring at him.
If the world finds out about Sahelanthropus, Skullface will have won. His plans will become reality. He won't even need to use nukes. That thing's mere existence would be enough to enslave humanity to the fear of nuclear Armageddon. It would tear the world apart. Boss! Stop it, boss. Destroy Sahelanthropus.
Watch this seamless transition. Boom!
Stop Sahelanthropus. Destroy that thing. I'll rally Diamond Dogs and provide backup. Good job.
I already broke its head. Believe it or not, the center of its body, that's its weakness. It makes sense, right? That's where like the least amount of material there is. You're getting absolutely shit on, my friend. I was about to say. I'm killing him too quickly. Then I won't be able to do the last mission task. I'm so close to him that he can't hit me with that railgun. That railgun's probably like a one-hit kill. He hasn't even taken down Pequod, not once. Now you know why I wanted that vehicle with me. Damn thing's OP. There's an extreme version of this mission that you can unlock later, and that vehicle is still just as effective. Come on, big boy. Come on, big boy. Where are you at? Where are you at? Here we go. Eat shit. That was definitely an S rank. Fucking beat the shit out of that thing. He hardly got a shot off on me. Like, I know that Sahelanthropus has gotten a little bit of development time, but you can also see just how different it operates whenever it's being controlled by Eli instead of Skullface. It was kind of meandering whenever it was being controlled by Skullface. His thirst for revenge just wasn't that powerful. Also, children are supposed to have more powerful emotions that's able to take control of whatever. That's like a famous Japanese trope you've seen like a million times. Children, they got magical powers, they've got the shining, they've got whatever. Because in real life, kids suck. They suck at everything.
Snake!
Not a single damn thing that they're good at. I was a kid once. Wow.
Let's see Skullface.
Did you see the floating boy in here? Right next to Eli still? Nobody else spotted him? That's the first time I've ever seen him there. I'm sure he was always there. I'm sure I could look at plenty of... Look, he's still fucking there. I didn't see him either time. I have never seen him in these cutscenes before. I guess I was never fucking paying any attention. There's that role reversal. In Ground Zeroes, we stopped and we reached out a hand for Miller, and Miller grabbed our hand and pulled us onto the helicopter. And in this one, you know, the reverse happens, right? Miller grabs Snake and pulls him onto the helicopter. It's a little bit of... It's poetic. It's all about, you know... It's like poetry. That's George Lucas talking about, I don't know what the hell he was talking about. Anakin Skywalker.
There were 3. Where's the other?
Up your ass. I'm not telling you shit. Fuck you. I've got such a thirst for revenge you don't even know. You think you want revenge.
Finish me.
Nah.
Kill me.
Nah. Eat shit. Burn up again for all I care. Now this is a scene very similar to the one at the end of Metal Gear Solid 3. The one that made everybody cry, myself included. You can pull the trigger here, but I'm not going to. Eat shit, Skullface. Sit here and burn to death. Again. Well, this time for real. Nurse exclaimed as if it happened every day. They should let the poor thing die. Check this out. This is so cathartic. You fucked up my base from Peace Walker, you son of a bitch. Fuck you. It's a shame we never got that weapon. Do it yourself. And like a would you kindly thing, he has to tell us, you know, mission complete.
Do it yourself.
Oh, that's such a fucking good line delivery. You want us to do you a favor after everything you've done?
Complete, boss.
See, like it's like a would you kindly thing. It's like he's fucking hypnotizing Snake. You know, mission complete.
Kill me. Kill me.
Huey has to sit here and ruin the moment. That fuck.
I did it! Revenge!
you doing, Kiki? What you doing, Kiki? Told you. And that was 100% an S-rank performance. I've never killed Quiet before. If you kill Quiet, can you like go back to mission 11 and redo it? It's not even something I want to experiment with. Like next time I run this, I want even less people to die. I want to try to get down to like damn near 0 people, 0 dead people. No Fultons, no nothing.
Anyone can give up his fight by laying down arms. But the feeling of holding a gun, that we'll never forget. Like our lost limbs. The sensation lingers.
Here she comes. Here she comes.
Here she comes! Here she comes!
Even D-Dog is like, what the fuck is that? You kidding me? S rank all tasks. First try. We're doing good, boys. We're doing real good. Fuck me. You know how fucking ridiculous this whole thing is? Lifting something with like several hundred choppers or whatever. Like 10 choppers trying to fly in formation. It's gotta be ridiculous. And I know that people have, at the very least, flown in formation before. That happened a lot in World War II. But this has gotta be fucking ridiculous. I don't think this has ever been done. I don't think anybody's ever lifted something with several choppers flying in formation. I can't imagine it happening. This scene is so well done.
We hold our rifles in missing hands. We stand tall on missing legs. We stride forward on the bones of our fallen. Then, and only then, are we alive. This pain is ours, and no one else's. The secret weapon we wield, out of sight. We will be stronger than ever. For our peace.
A ghost.
Sahelanthropus will unleash that thirst unto the future. Those were his last words.
No, it wasn't. It was you do it. Kill me.
Contentious to the end. Still. Doesn't feel like this is over. And I'll never be whole again.
It's the whole Last of Us 2 thing. 2013, dude. Well, that was pretty recent whenever this game came out. Whenever Phantom Pain came out in 2015.
Grasping for a fleeting memory. All the thoughts keep piercing this broken mind. I fall, but I'm still standing, motionless.
The one-eyed pig. That's the way he sees Big Boss. For abandoning him. For him being the lesser of two twins. You see his little accoutrement showing you who's in control at the moment. Definitely not a dead man, right? I think those little feetsies would get cold. The third boy, he needs shoes for his little feetsies. Super important. Cool. I'm gonna use this goop to turn into fucking Bebop or Rocksteady from the Ninja Turtles. No, it doesn't matter what the hell I say here. This thing's gonna get copyright muted. I can tell you anything. Prestige. Prestige is the floating boy. You know that the floating boy, he was mocap by an actual floating man. It's Kojima Productions' best kept secret. He just comes out of hiding every now and again. Just to do mocap for shit like this. To speak to me. This whole thing is like The Last of Us 2. You know, the whole revenge is bad, it doesn't solve any problems. It's really cathartic, you know. But once everything is done, an eye for an eye just makes the whole world blind. This cat, no one on TV. Still a very powerful song. Everybody involved in making that song did an absolutely tremendous job. The soundtrack to this game is generally just heavenly. I don't know what else to say.
Attention! Diamond Dogs! Even with Skullface dead, our brothers are unavenged. And the phantom pain he brought us lives on. Cypher is still out there. We know they planted spies, parasites among us. Watch the man to your left, to your right. Assume nothing. Report everything. It's the only way to protect ourselves. From here on out, you will be my eyes. The deadliest enemy's right here in our midst. And they will get no mercy.
Coolio, huh? Very neat.
Even with Skullface dead, our pain is still right with us. We need more strength. We need more men. Diamond Dogs needs to be bigger. Missions have come in too. We still have a long road ahead of us. Roger.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ.
Yeah, fishing. I think we showed her that.
This is B-Quad. On station at LZ.
We had to temporarily suspend our firing of men.
Gaining altitude.
Temporarily, though. One of the upcoming missions requires us to have a cargo upgrade for the Fulton. So it's a requirement. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Boss, you can now give the order to develop or dispose of nuclear weapons from your iDroid. With a nuclear deterrent, even if you're... Most PFs won't dare retaliate. But you, of all people, know how dangerous it can be to have nuclear weapons. So will you add nukes to our arsenal as a deterrent? Or will you take them away from other PFs and dispose of them to help build a world that's free of nuclear weapons? I'll leave that decision up to you.
In Metal Gear 1, it begins with an intro that says that the world has been freed of nuclear weapons. So it begins with that as a premise. Remember, this was like... It wasn't Hideo Kojima's first game, but, you know, close enough. No, we gotta go over here. He's on the other side of that big berm. And eventually we have to grind out quiet spawn level by doing C2W 1,000 times. Today, while I was plugged in down at the Plasma Donation Center, I got a good half of the steps that I need to do done for the new VA disability people. Still crossing my fingers that everything that they're all about is gonna work. The fight's not over.
Be careful down there, boss.
It's important that the fight's not over because I'm living on my grandfather's land and he's currently paying the electric bill. So it's important that I continue fighting for my rights. At this point in time, if they do back payments, hell, even if I get 10%, something like the back payments all the way back to the first time I went into the VA, the back payments have to be like 10,000 or 20,000, something like that, for 10%. Like, easily. There's still so much I gotta do. But I felt good after today. I felt good after accomplishing so many of those tasks on the website they want me to do. Submit an intent to file, download my medical records, send it to them.
Boss, I knew you were alive. I'm so happy, boss.
One of the guys out on a mission at the time. He's fallen a long way from the glory days. But will he come back to us? Bring him home, boss.
That's right.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
I forgot about this. They pull you back to Mother Base after a single side op because something happened.
Come on back to base.
So in case you're wondering, yes, the reason Eli was there to glare at us was because he was the one that did it. He didn't get up on high and then push a bunch of steel pipes onto one of his fellow kids. All signs point to the fact that he simply used Psycho Mantis to do it, the floating boy. Remember, he can easily lift an entire helicopter and use it to chop up a bunch of soldiers during the intro.
Deeds appear to have earned the respect of other PFs. Now you'll be able to infiltrate rival PFs' FOBs without having to worry about their nuclear deterrent. Go get one over on these guys who've escaped retaliation thanks to their nukes.
Oh, another one. I forgot this. Forgot to do it. Show her the new picture. Might as well do that right quick. Oh boy. You're having fun yet? Oh, this scene. I was wondering whenever this scene was going to happen. And I would have thought that I would have had to have Max bond with Quiet for this scene. I guess not.
Stay back. It's too dangerous. Hey. Back up, kid. I said no. You have to stay back.
Some things can't be helped.
Back to your quarters. What's going on?
Shabani. Mayaka 9 Kingo ya. Shabani.
It's down there.
Hey, the tank at the bottom is filled with chlorine disinfectant. One whiff and you'll suffocate. Don't even. How could you let it fall down there anyway?
He didn't.
Hit the alarm! No! You go down there, and it is over.
Boss!
Hey! Listen to me! There is no way to recover the body. What kind of stunt was that? Trying to panic us?
How can Gaz see that? How could he see where Quiet was aiming whenever she pointed the gun towards the helicopter blades? How could he see Quiet whenever she was invisible? He just revealed that he's blind, didn't he? Gotta wash all the fucking chlorine off of my arms from dragging Quiet here. What?
Boss, thank you for putting an end to the epidemic.
Least I could do.
Oh, Snake! What is it, Snake?
Fishing was the one before this.
Gallo Pinto!
Okay.
Amanda and I taught Cecile how to make it. She picked it up so fast. I was really surprised. I guess Parisians have cooking in the blood. Are Cecile and Amanda doing okay? I wonder why they haven't visited. My head, it hurts.
Beans and rice. I was gonna see if they had that scene going, but I guess it doesn't matter. I think even if that scene happens,
Roger.
you still have to,
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ.
you can still show her a picture. There's a scene that sort of splits
This is B-Quad.
the picture collection in two. The sort of before and after.
Gaining altitude.
With peace sign graffiti. I just looked it up finally. Apparently chlorine is good for water desalination and purification and everything. Everything that has to do with taking water from the ocean where we are and then making it drinking water. All of that's hyper important. So anytime that, you know, the water is going to be desalinated and whatnot, all of that's going to, of course, you know, require all of that chlorine, but it's also like any tank full of chlorine is obviously going to be full of chlorine gas. I believe There was something similar in Metal Gear Solid 2 in the Big Shell. That's what it's called, the Big Shell. One of my previous broadcasts, I couldn't think of whatever the hell it was called. Mother Base is modeled after the Big Shell from Metal Gear Solid 2. It's kind of a callback. Yeah, Metal Gear 1 on the MSX, it begins in a world free of nuclear weapons. So as one of Hideo Kojima's like first games, really, of course he's going to idealize, he's going to imagine the ideal world, you know, it's his world to create. Hideo Kojima is a complicated creature, just like most of us. I don't think that we give ourselves enough credit half of the time. We feel that we are very simple creatures, but we're not, you know. We want to, you know, if we're at the buffet, we want a hot summer body that everybody's going to be jealous of. That's what we want. However, we also want to load up our plate from the dessert cart, you know. So we're complicated creatures, and I don't think that we give ourselves enough credit for that. You know, we are multitudes. We are more than the sum of our parts. So Hideo Kojima has always had these anti-nuclear sentiments, right? Did you see that, by the way? I paused there and looked at that because my Zelda instincts told me to blow this up. I was like, I should drop a bomb there, and I'm like, wait a second. That's the wrong game. Hell and high water trying to get over yonder. Not much else I can do, though.
That's the target.
Yeah. But Hideo Kojima has always had an anti-nuclear sentiment, which is very common in Japan, given the fact that they are the only nation on planet Earth that's ever been an actual victim of a nuclear attack. Okay, so for this region, Jackal, not the materials container still. That. What are the Jackals close to? They're close to Nobunaga. So I'll go ahead and I'll take the mansion, and after taking the mansion, I'll go ahead and move on from there.
Ship is Delta 6.
He took his fucking sweet time calling for backup.
Hands up. Talk. Where are your friends? Hey! Come on!
No! Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
I'm telling you, you cannot see a fucking thing through those gas masks. If you ever get a chance. I mean, if you want to try to play Pictionary with a gas mask on, like, be my guest. I'm telling you, you cannot see a fucking thing through gas masks. I told you, whenever I was in the U.S. Navy active duty in Master at Arms A School, oh, send me more soldiers. Don't stop the party now. I want this entire mansion to be emptied out of soldiers. Come on out here. Fight me IRL.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Talk. Where are your friends?
You gotta extract him.
Hey! Come on!
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Checking on your asleep friend whenever people are screaming bloody murder for your help.
He's coming too. Roger that.
What does he speak? Where are your friends?
You gotta extract him.
That was a real story. Whenever I was in the United States Navy active duty in Master at Arms A School, job training, you know, learning how to be a Master at Arms, anti-terrorism, force protection.
He's coming too. Roger that.
No, don't try off the alert. Continue to feed me soldiers.
Where are your friends?
But,
You gotta extract him.
while I was in Master at Arms A School, whenever they did the, whenever we went out on the range and we had gas masks on, so we had our gas mask shoot, I really did get, I really did not hit my target once. I got 0 hits on my target.
Subject on board.
But
Leave the rest to us.
the guy next to me at the rifle range somehow managed to shoot his target 36 times with only 18 shots.
Spit it out. Where are the others?
That's a real story.
Hey!
I sat there and I put 18 rounds into my neighbor's fucking into my neighbor's
You gotta extract him.
target. It was a good time. Nah, it wasn't. It wasn't. It was not a good time. I think it was a combination gas mask / night shoot. I don't know why this guy isn't waking up. I've never seen this glitch either. Yet again, dear viewer, it is your presence here that is bringing forth glitches that I have never seen before.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
In over 1,200 hours of playing this game.
Where are your friends? Where are your friends?
He's coming too. Roger that.
Next mission takes place in Afghanistan, down past Shago Village and the Lamar Hate Palace. Just had to see whether or not I was taking this outpost down for my own amusement or if there was actually a practical purpose. And there is not. So just know that, dear viewer, I'm wasting the limited amount of time that you have left before you die. There's so many things that you could be doing other than watching this stupid stream. Doesn't it give you the warm fuzzies? There's always a possibility for the next time I come, you know, for the next time that I'm due to be here. Oh yeah, I shot that already. It's one of the first things I did before I even stepped foot in the mansion area. No, we're gonna need that car in order to get to this thing over yonder. Really, they're all stacked up there? That's fucking weird. Normally there's some mines out by the waterfall. But they're all back here. All the bodies have been buried. One thing that I learned today, so in previous broadcasts I've talked about my absolutely lovely parents. And of course whenever Veterans Affairs took an entire year out of their day to convince me that my family in general, especially my parents in particular, were not very nice. Whenever I relayed this information to my parents, you know, don't shoot the messenger, right? Well, they shot the messenger. There's a reason why there's a saying called "Don't shoot the messengers," because everybody shoots the messenger. The bearer of bad news, they get the brunt of everybody's ire, you know. So whenever I relayed this information to my parents, they of course wanted proof. So I went ahead and I gave them proof. I gave them access to, and with my parents being so lovely as they were, this was not the smartest thing to do in this scenario, in this situation. But with my parents being as absolutely lovely as they really are, I still gave them access to 100% of my unedited military medical records, hook, line, and sinker. And at the time, that was over 600 pages of information. Today, whenever I,
Where are your friends?
Today, whenever I took a look and downloaded my medical records again, my medical records have now ballooned to double their size.
Where are your friends?
My medical records are now roughly in the neighborhood of 1,200. It's almost 1,200 pages.
Subject on board.
I already did that.
The rest to us.
Damn it! Jemand help me!
He's coming too. Roger that.
Spit it out. Where are the others?
Hey! Come on!
You gonna extract him?
Hell yeah. Ooh, a suppressor. And ammo. Ooh. Tee.
Spit it out. Where are the others?
Now, if you only had a refill on Fulton's, then you guys would have been a godsend. Damn it, D-Dog. Quit fucking bumping people.
Where are the others?
Subject on board.
You should exclusively bump people whenever they're about to stab me. At any other time, bumping people is rude. Great.
You gotta extract him.
I do not have a 360-degree radius here. You know what? I can save this. Come on. Nope. Anything over here? Nope. What a pain. Damn it. Get away from there, dog. I know how much you love getting shot. What's over there? Tank unit? Okay. The guy walking me through the entire process of uploading all these documents to the new VA disability people. It's Brian Reese. It's the VA Disability Insiders. And I know that there's a lot of different, veterans out there that are like, that guy's a snake oil salesman. You don't need to pay anything in order to get disability. Motherfucker, it has been 12 years since I left the United States Navy active duty. I have tried everything else. It's time to try paying someone. Fuck me, there's only so much I can do, man. I'm tap dancing as fast as I can here. So if it's gonna get done at all, it's gonna get done dirty. I cannot sit here and keep waiting for my Prince Charming to come around and save me from my humdrum life.
That's the target.
Would you fucking stop?
Get down.
Damn it.
Speak. Where are the others? Hands up. Missed it.
Yes, they will absolutely kill each other. Oh man. Thought I was walking towards a mortar, but I was not. While we're sitting here doing nothing.
We were lucky to get our
Just in
hands
case
on
we
that
didn't hear the
cyborg
end of
arm
this.
developer. There's no one in Diamond Dogs who can so much as maintain that thing.
Bionic arm, not cyborg, if you go by what he calls it. But you're right, the East is light years ahead in bionics. They can even detect through the skin the slight electrical signals from the brain that order muscles to move. The Soviet Union completed I guess that news didn't really reach the West.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
It was the only one I ever saw. Quite a shock to see it for the first time.
And it was no mean feat to get hold of Snake's arm. I couldn't get one for you at the time.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Forget it. I've no intention of relying on bionics. Right now, I need to keep the pain fresh in my mind.
Well, it's your decision. But don't you find it inconvenient?
Not a bit.
You gonna extract him?
It never lets up. Do you know how many men I saw die that day? There's nothing we can do to bring them back. And you expect me to care about getting a measly arm and leg back? Sorry. But my pain belongs to all our dead comrades. I'll keep living with it for their sake. It'll guide me straight and true until I've gotten them the vengeance they deserve.
Yeah, we did hear the end of that. Because I had to tell you that he's not talking about phantom pain, really. He's talking about survivor's guilt. Wow, they're not going to do diddly dick about that. That'd be nice. If we pull one of these. Pop out shot. Nice. Wow, that sucked. I thought that guy was a sniper, but he's really not. This is going to lower the... No, it's not. Okay. I can barely fucking aim this thing. Dude, hell the fuck yes. Can't believe I was able to aim that. That was fucking gnarly.
Spit it out. Where are the others?
He's coming too. Roger that.
Diamond Dog's intel team specializes in information gathering, mainly human and SIGINT. They plant scouts and moles in the field. These operatives will blend into the local populace and work under the guise of a resident, or disguise themselves as travelers and ask around for information. They observe targets using various hidden bugs, cameras, and transmitters, and by tapping their satellite and phone communications. Analyzing all this information creates a clear picture of how wars and the PF's fighting them are changing. This data can also be used for threat assessment when deciding whether to accept contracts from certain clients. And during missions, the intel team keeps track of target locations and produces FOM predictions, reporting mission-critical information based on real-time remote observation of changes in the AO. What you hear from us over the radio is based on how we interpret the data gathered at the command platform. However, intel team operatives go unarmed in almost all situations to avoid revealing themselves to the enemy. Some will carry a knife, but most have nothing at all. As such, don't expect them to help you take on heavily armed adversaries like PF soldiers. Think of them as entirely passive in the hot zone. Plus, they use all manner of techniques to remain inconspicuous in the field. If you ever spot one, you'll have some serious explaining to do. So remember, their specialty is espionage. They may not be of use in a firefight, but when it comes to intel, they're pros.
Yeah. Just, you know, pretend that they're fucking invisible, because they essentially are. All the way up until you have to go through one of the many side quests or missions to rescue them. Yeah, that's right. Oh, quiet recovered. Never noticed that message.
Dee makes a pretty good partner, huh, boss?
Too early to say.
Yeah? Just seeing him come back makes me real proud.
What breed is he? He's not a husky. Siberian Husky is a cross between a Spitz-type dog and a wolf. I think Dee might have some wolf blood in him, too. He isn't just smart. He's also shown remarkable judgment. If he doesn't do what you want him to, he's just doing what he thinks is right in the situation. And he's steady under fire. Remember, he's no lapdog. But learn his strengths, and you'll understand each other soon enough. You'll make one hell of a team.
Ocelot, why don't you take it upon yourself to train him?
Why?
Yeah. When's the last time you heard a wildcat raising a dog?
I have an eye for him. I know at first glance he'd make the right partner for you. And I figured it was about time he got out into the world.
So you passed him off on me.
There, you see? I knew you liked it.
You gotta extract him.
I still think he's trying to figure me out, too.
I'll spend some more time with him. You'll see how helpful he can be.
What about you?
I prefer to work alone.
Ocelots don't hunt in packs.
Yeah, something like that. Anyway, I'm glad you like him. Deedee's really taken to you, too. And to going on your walks. Don't be shy about taking him with you in the future.
I'll think about it.
I'm gonna damage this base just in case we have something in the future to go here.
Those are the symptoms of the infection on Mother Base. The blisters on the body were full of tiny worms. Parasite larvae, most likely. But we couldn't find any adults. It doesn't seem to mature in the body, like a spargatum. We don't know the root of infection, or what causes symptoms to develop. The infection rate, along with the number of dead, are both on the rise. If we don't find the cause, and soon...
Boss, do you remember seeing these symptoms before? The bodies floating around in the oil facility, the bedridden test subjects at the Devil's House. This epidemic looks just like what we've seen on our hunt for Cypher. It could be a counterplay by Skullface.
That's insane. You mean they weaponize parasites?
Parasites as weapons. That definitely falls under the Biological Weapons Convention. But it's something the world would never see coming. And no one's ever developed a vaccine for parasites.
So this is the weapon of mass destruction Cypher was working on in Africa.
It may be.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
How did the Undertaker Walker gears finish? There must be something bigger we're not seeing. Anyway, our priority now is to prevent more casualties.
The medical team is studying the infection, but we can't treat anyone until we know the root cause. All we can do right now is halt the spread of infection. Remember before, boss? When Quiet attacked one of our guys on Mother Base, stuck a knife in his mouth. He's one of the very few soldiers who've had contact with her recently. Close contact. I don't think it's a coincidence that he was among those who became symptomatic pretty early on in this epidemic. Saliva and blood spatter, an open wound, mucosal infection. Whatever is causing this got inside him then.
Miller, That is a baseless accusation.
The source of the infection is quiet. Everyone suspects her.
We don't know that. And we've come across these symptoms before.
You gonna extract him?
Bodies in the water at the oil field facility. Those sick people in the beds at the Devil's House. They're identical to what we've seen while we've been after Cypher. The infection could have come from elsewhere. But at the very least, she does know something.
It's not like she's gonna talk.
No, not through words anyway. What about her actions? Quiet held a knife to that soldier back then, before he became symptomatic. There must have been a reason for that.
A reason for shoving a knife down the throat of one of our men.
What if she's capable of identifying who's infected? What if she was trying to stop the infection but couldn't communicate that to us? The answer to that, the source of the infection, might be in the mouths of the infected.
You think there's some kind of clue in their mouths?
I don't know. But maybe there's something about the mouths of those who become symptomatic, something in common.
Something their
He's
mouths
coming too.
have in common.
Roger that.
Forget it. We can't trust her. Even if she can spot the infected, I don't want her help.
I understand how you feel. But this is something to go on.
Can't you see it's just like I said? Bringing her here was a big mistake. Quiet is gonna be the end of us.
Stand down. You've got zero proof. Try to keep an open mind on this, boss. There has to be a way to identify who's infected.
You see how close that Ocelot was to the truth there? The vocal cord infection, stuff like this. What's weird is that it's obvious that Quiet can tell who's infected because of her parasite therapy that made her transform into something that can breathe through her skin and all the rest of the shit that she's been able to do. And remember, she was already fairly strong. She tossed around Ishmael like he was a fucking sack of potatoes. So you remember that. Way back in the opening. So she was already an incredible operative. She was just no match for being set on fire and thrown out a window. I guess she's the one who threw herself out the window.
Heads up. Possibly on the ground.
But,
Where are your friends?
see how hard D-Dog wants to be kicked? Tries as hard as he can to get kicked.
Where are your friends?
Oh yeah, that's right. I already interviewed this guy. How many walkers have you killed? How many people have you killed?
Roger that.
Why? I was about to say, if you have that bad of a peripheral vision, I mean, he probably would. He probably would have that bad of peripheral vision with a gas mask on. Thank goodness they didn't program it that way.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
In a cutscene here in a little bit, in case you haven't noticed, Code Talker should be blind, and he isn't. He's got the milky blind guy eyes, which makes sense, right? If you were over 100 years old, you'd probably go blind, right?
He's coming too. Roger that.
So I don't know too many 100-year-olds that aren't blind, but macular degeneration is very, very common with old folks. So him being over 100 years old probably didn't do too many wonders for his eyes. So then all the pieces start to come into place. If Miller is pretty much admitting in front of everybody that he's blind, and he's simultaneously repeatedly demonstrating that he's not,
You gotta extract him.
then it would stand to reason that he's likely had a little bit of that parasite therapy that that Quiet went through.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Where are your friends? Where are your friends?
So with all the disparate pieces of evidence, you know, it's pretty clear that I think we can very reasonably conclude that Miller's had some sort of parasite therapy. And remember how he's absolutely so hostile to anybody else working for Cypher after he already admitted to working for Cypher the entire time at the end of Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker. By the way, I never really got to the end of Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker until I beat Ground Zeroes. Now I got to the first ending, but I didn't get to the part where Paz betrays you and steals Metal Gear Zeke and tries to kill you with it.
Subject on board.
I didn't get to that part. And it was all because I couldn't find Zadornov for the last time. Zadornov, in the final time that you get him, he's hiding in a corner of one of the target ranges, just fucking giggling to himself. That's the only way that you can tell that he's there. It's like, if you go there for some regular target practice, then suddenly you might hear him giggling like a schoolgirl. And then you can go upstairs and look for him. Otherwise, they give you zero clues to where he might be. And the target range was not something that I ever even really utilized whenever I was first playing through the game. So, after a while, I was just like, every time that I couldn't, get an S rank on the mission or something like that, I'd look up somebody who could, and they would usually use a bunch of bullshit that I didn't have. Oh, you gotta get your R&D team up to level 1 billion. Get 8 other people to plug in their PSPs and stack them all together with fucking link cables like you're playing a Game Boy Advance game or some shit. And then you can finally get an S rank on this mission by forming the human slingshot by everybody holding down 3 buttons at once. It's like, fuck me. So I didn't even look it up. I didn't even look up, like, where's the doorknob? I just assumed that motherfucker was gone. It didn't feel like a plot thread, So it was only during Ground Zeroes I was just like, oh shit, she betrayed you? When did that fucking happen? I looked it up and I had to go back and I had to play through pretty much all of Peace Walker. Ground Zeroes came out in 2014 and Phantom Pain didn't come out until 2015, so I had plenty of time to go back and replay it, figure everything out. But yeah, you just... Oh, never mind. We're as close as we can get. Which also means that I shouldn't have killed that last vehicle. Not the truck. I could have killed the truck, but the car would have been nice. Oh. But yeah, Miller's very, very hostile towards any sort of cipher thing, but he's like super duper hostile towards Quiet, and Quiet is female, which he was delighted to have anybody female on base during the events of Peace Walker. And I know that he's severely and significantly changed his personality between the two games, but I think it's fairly clear that his hostility towards her revolves around twofold things. I think it revolves around the fact that she's part of his former employer that he has a real hate boner for, and it also revolves around the fact that she's been through parasite therapy. I think that is sort of blatantly obvious whenever you really add up all the facts. Still not as big of a pain in the ass as the Himalayan bear, you remember that? It was out there in Afghanistan. Speaking of Russia's invasion of Afghanistan, I matched up with somebody on Tinder the other day who has the words Russian at heart on her profile. And I don't know what that means given the modern era, but I know just about everybody who's anybody is sort of not very Russian at heart at the moment. So I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt and you know, assuming that she put that on her profile long before the current situation. But I don't know anybody who unabashedly would just go like, oh yeah, I definitely support a strong first world nation, so to speak, invading a largely defenseless nation and killing a shitload of its civilians for essentially no reason. Ukraine used to be part of Russia. Does that, you know, does that make it okay to invade the place with a shitload of military force and then kill a shitload of its civilians? Do the ends justify the motherfucking means here, boys? Like, I think that this is a pretty clear-cut thing here. I don't think that there's any I don't think there's any arguments to be made here. I just now noticed that I can't use... I was trying to switch to the bionic arm, and I can't use the bionic arm in this outfit. Because I'm dressed as Snake. A solid Snake. Metal Gear 1 and 2. You see how hard D-Dog tried to get kicked there? Metal Gear Solid 1. Metal Gear 1. Metal Gear 2.
You gotta extract him.
Spit it out.
Metal Gear Solid 4.
Where are the others?
Subject on board.
And one of the Super Smash Brothers.
He's coming too. Roger that.
But Hideo Kojima's a complicated man. He's got his anti-nuclear sentiment, which is very common amongst the Japanese, but because they're the only nation in the world that's been the victim of a nuclear attack, you know, in wartime and everything, not just like the nuclear testing and stuff like that. But the big thing is that he also, during the events of Peace Walker, he gives the counter arguments to this, but he's still, like, it seems like it's not a convincing enough argument for him, but he also does not provide any sort of counter argument within the text of that game. He doesn't have the voice actors do it, he doesn't have anybody do it. He just gives the counter argument. He says, you know, if the Cold War is the Cold War, and it's a war, but war in human history at the time, Why not call it world peace? It says there's, plenty of soldiers dying. It says, well, the duty of a soldier is largely to get in between the bullets heading towards civilians. Doesn't use those exact words, but that's, essentially what he's saying. He says, like, this is something that humankind has really never even, gotten to before. So within the tapes that were included with Peace Walker, he provides all the arguments for why nukes have been a great boon to mankind. He just doesn't he doesn't provide any counter evidence. That's very strange. Because it seems like he very much maintains this anti-nuclear sentiment regardless of all that. But he doesn't justify it. So he's a very complicated man. Just like most of us, he's a very complicated, creature. I know you can run those trees over. I bet you can shoot them down too. Did we get any extras here? Yeah, we did. We got 2 extras. We need to know which specific ones that we got over here. Okay. Yeah, we just popped out of Africa. We can pop right back in. I'm not flying in that close. There's no way. Okay. I'll switch to a lesser suit finally. I can't use my bionic arm. In case you're unaware, there was this thing. So, Chapter 3 is wholesale missing from this game. They make it out like it's a 3-act play. And upon the conclusion of Chapter 2, they do another, like, well, here's what's going on in Chapter 3 type of thing. But it's not here. It's missing. And it's been 8 years since this game came out. Since Phantom Pain specifically came out. I don't know if it's too far away or what, but I'm gonna give it a shot. Come on, boys. Give it a couple hundred shots. Oh, I cannot shoot those trees down. These trees are immune to bullets. They're very immune to cars. bet you anything some of the guys that are walking around as part of the tank unit are going to have some fine equipment for us to take that chopper down. Weapons and equipment, OSP, on-site procurement. And that most likely fake term that Hideo Kojima came up with. Fake acronym. Damn it. That sniper's got a helmet on. Did you hear the dart ping off of his helmet?
Snake, do you remember Amanda?
Yeah, I do.
Their revolution was a success. Somoza resigned. Nicaragua has a new government. Amanda's really working hard for her country to be reborn.
Good for them.
She says she wishes Chico could be there.
That revolution was the dream. For Amanda, for Chico, and their father.
That chopper was no place for Chico to die. I'd like to at least think history will remember his part in the revolution.
When you pick up a gun, there's always a chance you'll die for nothing. He knew that as well as the rest. Now that he's gone, it's up to the rest of us to decide what it was all worth. If we don't, there's nothing to prove that Chico ever lived at all. We're his mark on the world.
Amanda told us that Strangelove, the target, after the revolutionaries came to power in Nicaragua. Strangelove, the AI researcher from Mother Base.
I remember her.
We'd lost touch with her, till Amanda heard from her out on the blue. She told Amanda she wanted to salvage Peace Walker's drive parts, or something from the bottom of Lake Nicaragua. Amanda passed the request on to her friends in the new administration. She's a national hero now, after all. So Strangelove got a Soviet military aircraft to transport something to somewhere. But apparently the cargo wasn't big enough to have been Peace Walker itself.
So what was it?
Who knows? We recovered Peace Walker's nuclear warhead ourselves 9 years ago. What could Strangelove have been after? Amanda said she didn't mention what her reason was or where she was headed. Nicaragua is a socialist state now. With Amanda vouching for her, the government didn't feel the need to concern itself with the details. All Strangelove told Amanda was that she was going to continue her research, and that the rest was a secret. Right before the attack, Huey was in the control tower to prepare for the inspectors. He was with them when it all went down. The control tower collapsed with the rest of it struck. His body was never recovered, but he was the one who met the inspection party when they arrived. And he was the one who showed the nuclear inspectors to the tower. You remember the way it went. First he recommends we agree to the inspection. Then he gives them the okay without our permission. All the time acting as if he was doing us a favor. On top of that...
You gotta extract him.
That day. It would send the wrong message, he said. Whatever the angle. It all leads back to Huey. I curse my own stupidity for not realizing sooner. Huey escaped with that unit by chopper. I've been hunting him for 9 long years. The other reason I was operating around Afghanistan was to dig up his location.
Huey's in Afghanistan?
Yes, and I have a good idea where. Now we just wait for the right moment. This time, we'll be the ones using him. He's going to tell us who our guests really were that used a fake nuclear inspection to blast our home into the ocean.
What the fuck? Didn't even give me a reflex. That's horse shit. Alright, well. Out of range now, apparently. That was weird.
Snake, do you remember Amanda?
Yeah, I do.
Their revolution was a success. Somoza resigned. Nicaragua has a new government. Amanda's really working hard for her country to be reborn.
Good for them.
She says she wishes Chico could be there.
That revolution was the dream. For Amanda, for Chico, and their father.
That chopper was no place for Chico to die.
Roger.
I'd like to at least think history will remember his part in the revolution.
When you pick up a gun, there's always a chance you'll die for nothing. He knew that as well as the rest. Now that he's gone, it's up to the rest of us to decide what it was all worth. If we don't, there's nothing to prove that Chico ever lived at all. We're his mark on the world.
Amanda told us that Strangelove contacted her after the revolutionaries came to power in Nicaragua. Strangelove, the AI researcher from Mother Base.
I remember her.
We'd lost touch with her, until Amanda heard from her out of the blue. She told Amanda she wanted to salvage Peace Walker's drive parts, or something from the bottom of Lake Nicaragua. Amanda passed the request on to her friends in the new administration. She's a national hero now, after all. So Strangelove got a Soviet military aircraft to transport something to somewhere. But apparently the cargo wasn't big enough to have been Peace Walker itself.
So what was it?
Who knows? We recovered Peace Walker's nuclear warhead ourselves 9 years ago. What could Strangelove have been after? Amanda said she didn't mention what her reason was or where she was headed. Nicaragua is a socialist state now. With Amanda vouching for her, the government didn't feel the need to concern itself with the details. All Strangelove told Amanda was that she was going to continue her research, and that the rest was a secret. Right before the attack, Huey was in the control tower to prepare.
The only reason I'm replaying this is because, for whatever reason, the menu didn't mark the first one as being listened to. Now that's a glitch I've at least, come across before.
Without our permission, all the time acting as if he was doing us a favor. On top of that, he even had the guards disarmed that day. It would send the wrong message, he said. Whatever the angle, it all leads back to Huey. I curse my own stupidity for not realizing sooner. Huey escaped with that unit by chopper. I've been hunting him for 9 long years. The other reason I was operating around Afghanistan was to dig up his location.
Huey's in Afghanistan?
Yes, and I have a good idea where. Now we just wait for the right moment. This time, we'll be the ones using him. He's going to tell us who our guests really were that used a fake nuclear inspection to blast our home into the ocean.
And by the way, remember what they're talking about, the events of Peace Walker, just in case you didn't piece that together. But remember what Strangelove's task was as part of that mission. Her task had nothing to do with Peace Walker. So why precisely would she dredge up Peace Walker? Why would that even be one of Miller's guesses? Well, they're trying to have things hang back a little bit so that the player doesn't immediately put it all together. So they're making him be willfully ignorant, so to speak.
Where are the others?
I don't know why he suddenly got some balls. But Strangelove was the AI portion of the Peace Walker duo.
Leave the rest to us.
And Huey was the he was the nuts and bolts. He was the guy that put together the giant robot in question.
He's coming too. Roger that.
So again, like, why the fuck would Huey even, or why the fuck would Miller even suggest that this might have been her trying to dredge up Peace Walker? He already knows that that wasn't her forte.
You gotta extract him.
Like I said, it's a case of like willful ignorance, so that they can keep this sort of stuff secret from the player for a little bit longer. But we've already seen what the fuck that she could be after. You know, the only thing that she spent so long programming, the fucking mammal pod from Peace Walker. We saw it in Huey's little fucking lab or whatever during Mission 12. It's very clear that's the only thing that she fucking cared about. So of course she dredged it up from Lake Nicaragua or whatever.
The sniper known as Quiet is lurking in the Afghan wilderness. This Quiet has performed a string of hits on Soviet officers. The attacks always occur in the same area, but sweeps of the area turn up no traces whatsoever. They've even posted guards, but they never spot a thing. And then before you know it, another body's lying on the ground. You ever heard of someone who operates like that? No matter how still and silent a person tries to be, they always create some kind of ripple. Be it breathing...
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Body temperature, sweat. If this sniper can really vanish completely, that's just not human. I guess Quiet is the right name. But what is Quiet's objective? The local guerrillas wouldn't use this kind of tactic. You just can't see them hiring some superhuman mercenary. And the Soviet officers who've been killed, well, they were all opposed to or skeptical of this.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Sure, they were a problem for those supporting it, but the Soviets have nothing to gain by killing them. So we have an assassin with superhuman combat skills who isn't working for the guerrillas or the Soviets. Miller has a theory that this sniper is a hitman for Cypher. He thinks it's time we silence Quiet for good. But I'm against the lethal treatment. I say we bring the sniper back alive and break that silence. Because even if this Quiet doesn't say a word, there's still plenty we can learn. Just remember this, boss. If our hunch is right, you'll be on this sniper's hit list too. If things seem a little too quiet when you're in the field, watch out. Quiet's out there somewhere. And if possible, this is one sniper I want back here breathing. When Quiet first came here, she demonstrated her marksmanship against that enemy fighter plane. It showed she was much more than your everyday crack shot. Hitting a moving target from 600 meters is a challenge, but it's possible with the right training and equipment. But shooting down that missile, that's a world apart from taking out a soldier on patrol. The chopper and the missile were in motion, meaning different vectors at high velocity in three-dimensional space, and she shot an unguided bullet that had to fight air resistance and gravity. All that while the chopper was taking evasive maneuvers. Some of the best target leading I've ever known. She has a superhuman sense of spatial awareness. You put her in a fighter jet, and she'd be an ace right off the bat. Hell, your judgment was top class too. Realizing she could take out that pilot, that's quick thinking. You and Quiet could make a hell of a team. Be damn near unstoppable. Quiet is still in her cell. Only a few staff are authorized to go near her. She hasn't tried anything funny, but that's what bothers me most. In particular, the shit to gain by coming to Mother Base. I first thought she was under orders from Cypher to take you out. She didn't manage it in Afghanistan, so round 2...
You gotta extract him.
So I like the guard. And that lock on her door is a joke. You gave her an opening. And? Well, she hasn't killed you yet. And I hate to say it, but she's had plenty of chances. You made me the bait. Poisonous bait. What better? Anyway, she didn't bite. Quiet is keeping her silence. So I'm left with no idea again what she's doing here. We tried communicating with her through writing. That didn't work either. Whether she's illiterate, dyslexic, or just plain stubborn, she won't cooperate. I just don't. If she tried to contact the outside, it'd be picked up by our counterintelligence net. But it's clean. There's no sign she's had contact with the staff. Base facilities, nothing. She's almost got the men wanting her to try something, just to find out what she's up to. She's in there putting on the failed soldier look, all downcast eyes and defeated sighs. But she doesn't kill herself. She can't be trying to leave Cypher and surrender to us.
So what's the verdict?
This may sound optimistic, but here's how I see it.
He's coming too. Roger that.
To kill you, maybe to destroy Diamond Dogs. Whatever it was, before she could do it, something changed her mind. Yes. When I look at her, I sense hesitation.
Do you think she betrays Cypher?
Can't say for sure. I prefer the ones that talk. Anyway, we'll keep her under watch. And we're also looking into those special abilities of hers. You'll be the first to know if something comes up. Why not look in on her yourself once in a while?
Right.
Damn it, Snake.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Boss, Glad still hasn't made any moves. It's got me thinking.
What?
If you took her on a mission, she might break her silence.
You want to let her out?
Sure. Make her no different to the others. Everyone you pick up works for themselves, right?
But her...
I say work with her. See what happens. I wouldn't ask this of anyone but you. On missions, I'll make sure we have someone observing from a distance, and she won't be allowed access to all of the base. As for Miller, well, sometimes it's better to ask forgiveness than... The best part is, hiding is her specialty. Once we leave the base, the staff will be notified.
And if she gets away?
If that happens, you'll have to take care of her. But I have faith in you, boss. I think Quiet sees something in you.
It's a big risk.
But it's for the good of all of us. And besides, you can't deny her talent. Her unique skills and abilities would give you a hell of an edge out there.
I'll think it over.
Where are the others?
During the earlier portion of that last set of 2 tapes, I had a thought, but now it's gone. We can't get them all.
How long are we gonna keep that woman here?
You mean Quiet?
My personal feelings aside, she's putting everybody on edge. You should hear the stories. I got sick from just standing guard at her cell. I won't stand on the same platform as that witch. She hit me for no reason.
What is this, a private army or a kindergarten?
The thing is, they're all serious. They're faced with something they don't understand, and a kind of mass hysteria has broken out. I've gotten wind of countless plots to take her out.
There are no grounds for this suspicion whatsoever. Put yourself in her shoes, assuming they see her as a prisoner here. No, even more so, if they do, she deserves to be treated humanely. I always thought our men were a bit more noble-minded, but... Look, I understand this is a stressful line of work, but to make her the scapegoat...
You've got it wrong. Quiet? She's with Cypher. We have men that lost their buddies to her organization.
You could say that about more than just her. Plenty of the men used to fight for another side, but they've all put that aside to work for the boss.
Cypher is different. And if you ask me, the boss is the biggest problem. Why is he protecting her? Some of the guys are starting to suspect him of... I don't agree with keeping her here either.
So what's your move? Throw her out? Kill her? She's our ticket to Cypher. We could use someone like her. Capabilities for a start. Then, there are the other things we've learned. Quiet appears to be able to use both eyes as master eyes simultaneously. That lets her track targets of different focal lengths at once. While looking through the scope with one eye, she can look for new targets with the other. That's why she doesn't need a spotter. She can operate alone, no matter the circumstances.
See, I told you she's a freak. No one would be able to...
He's coming too. Roger that.
Person who could.
Hey, you trying to get the boss killed?
Well, why don't we talk to him? See if he's willing to take her along.
I don't like this.
It's his decision to make. The two of them might even make a good team.
You gotta extract him.
I was really hoping to let those two that were still asleep continue sleeping, but...
It wasn't just Cypher. Back in the Caribbean, every eye in the world was turned on us. A private army, just a bunch of guys with guns, in possession of a nuke? Why wouldn't they be uncomfortable?
And that's why you made sure the inspection happened.
Well, I thought our best move was to prove to the UN through the IAEA that we had no nuke.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
First place, but that was Snake's decision.
The boss wasn't responsible.
Well, don't get me wrong, I still believed in Snake.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Decision for all of us, that's all. I figured we should get a third party to exonerate us before proof of the nuke did get out. And who better to do that than an organization? National authority.
So the truth is, you took it upon yourself to agree to an inspection arranged by the UN. Only the inspection was a ruse, and Cypher's strike force, XOF, showed up instead.
I had no idea that would happen.
Enough bullshit.
Oh, sure, like I could have known. You know, I was just trying to prove our innocence to the world. What's wrong with that?
We're not interested in the excuses you've thought up. The truth is objective.
Just see it from my point of view.
You led XOF to the control tower.
You gotta extract him.
Giving them complete control over the base. Moments later, they detonated C4 on the strut legs. Anyone who'd managed to survive was hunted down by the assault force and their choppers.
You can't believe I did that on purpose.
That was the end of Mother Base. But it wasn't the end for you.
How can you... Look, think about it. I lost something too. I built Zeke and it got buried underwater. I am a victim.
That raises the big questions. Why were you the only one spared? You got away.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Leave the base on the eve of the inspection. You two are close.
Strange love?
And how did you manage to build something that surpasses Zeke in every way? Because you did everything they told you. You're the only one who didn't lose a thing. That is the truth.
I was taken away against my will. Skullface forced me to do his research these past 9 years. He used me. I lost 9 years.
9 years? We all lost 9 years. It wasn't just you.
I suppose blaming me makes you feel better, does it? But who's gonna give me back all the time I lost?
You're not getting anything back.
You're not a victim here, Emmerich. You're the perpetrator.
I didn't know anything.
Nobody can back that up.
Yeah, all the evidence is at the bottom of the ocean.
You know the hardest man to break? The type who's fooling himself. That takes time. It's easier to live a convenient lie than a painful truth. Is that the piece you've chosen, Doc?
I'm not lying.
Of course. Just let me check one or two things. On that day, you were in the control tower with them. Lucky you. That's how you got out. and you escaped on one of their choppers. Only you, right before the base.
They had me blindfolded the whole time. I've never been...
Boss, that's a serious injury. It won't heal on its own. You'll need to treat it with first aid.
You kept me going. My comrades, all the way.
And?
There was a plane journey, then we traveled by road. When they finally took off the blindfold, I was in kind of a warehouse, on the floor. Afghanistan, it was that research lab. I couldn't believe they'd taken me halfway around the world. Soon enough, he came.
He's coming too. Roger that.
The one who's really behind that mother base attack. He forced me into that research.
What kind of research?
Damn it. See how hard he is trying to get shot?
Walking tank for the Soviet Union. Like Peace Walker. A system that could fire an ICBM-class nuclear weapon. That's how the Sahelanthropus project got started.
Sahelanthropus.
Those AI weapons I'd made in Costa Rica were like toys by comparison. A whole world apart from reptilian four-legged crawling and that ridiculous hunched-over bipedal waddling. My design evolved to the dawn of mankind. Sahelanthropus, the first steps towards humanity. An upright bipedal weapon system. Originally, Sahelanthropus was going to be a manned weapons platform. I designed a cockpit in its head, and I planned to fill it with water as a buffering agent.
Like how Paz modified Zeke for human control.
Don't compare me to some amateur. I designed it for human control from the beginning. The problem was miniaturizing the posture control AI. You remember the reptile pod?
The AI that controlled your unmanned weapons.
Attaching it externally makes it vulnerable, so this time I wanted it beneath the armor. Meaning I had to make the AI smaller. I got it down to less than 1/10 the size without any loss in computation speed. But it was still too big for the cockpit. There wasn't enough room for the pilot. If I made the head bigger, its body would have to be bigger to support it. Too big to be practical. In the end, human piloting was taken off the table. I tested a remote control system too, but there was the time lag and I wasn't satisfied with its precision either. Plus, it would be useless if the enemy jammed it. So next, I went back to trying an AI-only system. To do that, I had the AI pods recovered from Nicaragua. This was a hybrid AI, a combination of Peace Walker's reptile and mammal pods. The only AIs that had ever successfully operated an unmanned nuclear weapon system.
Really? You'd need some help to get that working. Expert help.
Did you work with someone?
I worked alone.
You did that yourself?
That's the thing. The AI didn't pan out in the end either. But I did finally get Sahelanthropus walking by folding over its upper body to lower its center of gravity. The first upright bipedal locomotive weapon system in the history of mankind. I guess, technically it falls into the anthropoid ape category.
I don't see the benefit of having it stand taller.
On terrain with significant differences in elevation like Afghanistan, you need a body that's vertically adaptable. That also lets it attack from long range while using mountain ridges for cover. So, making it walk upright was the most important factor in giving it superiority. As the name suggests, that was the whole point of Sahelanthropus. But I was being pushed for results. Having the AI mounted externally would have been the fastest way to get it working. I just needed more data so it could maintain its balance. But Skullface refused to wait. He dismissed the idea of AI control and took Sahelanthropus away from me before I could finish it.
But it was walking when it came after you.
That's just it. I don't understand how Skullface got it to move upright, without a pilot or an AI. And walking at that speed, too. It's beyond anything I could have imagined. This is like the Wright brothers making it to the moon. I'm just as clueless as you are.
So this Sahelanthropus, where is it now?
I have no idea. All my experiments... Cave. I've never seen it anywhere else. Besides, it's still just an incomplete prototype at this point, and nothing but a paper... Even if it can walk, it's far from being a viable weapons platform. It wouldn't be useful in actual battle.
Emmerich will remain here at Mother Base for now, but not as a member of Diamond Dogs. I still don't trust him. That work for you?
Fine by me. He can't be allowed any contact with staff either.
Yeah. A lot of the guys would love some payback for 9 years ago. We still need him alive. But we have to restrict his movements. He can only go where we tell him. And of course, the interrogations will continue. He worked for that skull bastard for nearly a decade. He still has more to tell us.
How long are we gonna press him?
If our investigation shows he really had nothing to do with the attack, we'll reconsider his place here. But I don't expect that to happen. Remember that water temperature object in Emmerich's lab in the Soviet base camp? The thing that started talking to you like a possessed answering machine. That was a pod built for housing the AI used to control unmanned weapons. You remember, back in '74 in Costa Rica. It was in those machines you fought there. They were designated Pupa, Chrysalis, Cocoon, and Basilisk. And each of them was fitted with an AI unit called a reptile pod. Emmerich created it. It mainly handled the machine's posture control and autonomous behavior.
You gotta extract him.
AKA Peace Walker also featured a second AI pod. That one was called the Mammal Pod, and it was created by Dr. Strangelove. She tried to recreate the boss's personality through the Mammal Pod, but you pulled out its memory boards. That's when it transferred its own functions to its reptile pod. Just like a human brain compensating for damage by using the remaining healthy parts. The result was a unique entity, a hybrid of the reptile and the mammal. It sank to the bottom of Lake Nicaragua with Peace Walker. But apparently they salvaged it and transported it to that lab. Don't let it deceive you, Snake. It may sound like the boss, but it has neither a personality nor a will. Like Emmerich says, it's just a machine.
Even though the interrogations with Huey have basically just started, he's already changed his story several different times at this point.
Subject on board. Leave the rest
That's,
to us.
you know, that's part of the whole process of, you know, being a narcissist, being an abuser, and that's exactly how dangerous they really are.
Where are your friends? He's coming too. Roger that.
Whenever I was married to my ex, she was very much a narcissist and an abuser. But while I was married to her, at some point in time, the medical personnel that I spoke to were very concerned about my panic attack. Whenever my father was 17 years old, he lost his father. he lost his father to a heart attack. So having that susceptibility, and it was my grandfather on my father's side, it was his first ever heart attack. Now they had not yet now my parents had not yet gathered the courage to tell my grandfather on my father's side that my mother was pregnant.
He's coming too.
All signs point to the fact that if he would have known that, he might have been able to fight through his first ever heart attack. But there wasn't a whole lot of reason for him to be dissatisfied with himself, with life, or anything like that. Some of the things that would cause you to sort of give up on life. Believe it or not, the number one factor whenever it comes to the survivability of your first ever heart attack is actually, it has nothing to do with your diet, with your exercise regime, with any of that. It is very simply job satisfaction, believe it or not. Job satisfaction.
Where are you going to extract him?
I know how crazy that sounds, but it's true.
Damn it! Eat my health,
But the problem was, even that does not actually give us any information that would lead us to the whole thing with my grandfather dying of his first ever heart attack, because he was a carpenter, and he was a very, very good carpenter. He would install all sorts of specialty bullshit. He would talk to anybody and everybody about all the different things. He would give tours and everything. He was very proud of his work.
He's coming too. Roger that.
So my father, over and over again, repeatedly justified his decision to abandon me whenever I was 3 years old by stating that, you know, his father's passing made... He thought he ruined his own father's life. And so I was going to ruin his life if he didn't get the hell out of there. That's one of my father's many stories regarding that. Because, as I said before, with narcissists, especially narcissistic abusers, they will repeatedly change their story over and over and over and over again. Each time that you ask them, they'll have a different version of the story, and they'll change that story based on the listener. They'll constantly try to say whatever. They'll lie in whatever way that they have to, or that they think they have to, in order to try to weasel their way out of the situation. It's a lot like torture. You know, like, torture doesn't work. A lot of people say, oh, torture does work. No, it doesn't. It's like we've had fucking infinite time throughout of all of human history and all the wars and such that we've, you know, involved ourselves with to find out whether or not torture works, and the results are conclusive. Torture doesn't work. So professional interrogators nowadays will kind of just have a conversation with you. We'll talk about various things that you talk about. They'll do a lot of different stuff. Now, they might use some sodium pentothal and stuff like that, the truth serum. And if you want to see that in action, that old YouTube Red exclusive show, Mind Field, M-I-N-D Field, with Michael from the YouTube channel Vsauce. That old show has one of the episodes where Michael gets injected with it, with some sodium pentothal, some truth serum, and soon enough they're able to get a piece of information out of him with a bunch of leading questions, all because his inhibitions have been significantly lowered. So, if you want some answers out of somebody like him, like, you can see how Michael doesn't want to give the answers to the questions that he's being asked within that episode. So you can see it, you know, in action.
He's coming too.
And you can see how they have to sort of ask questions in a circle. They kind of have to circle around a topic over and over again before he finally gives the answer that they're looking for. Now, that was the work of a professional interrogator. Notably, that's not the work of your average rank-and-file policeman. So don't fucking start to think that policemen have magical abilities that will allow them to discern the truth from a number of different situations. Involving interrogations and the like, because they don't. That's why professional interrogators are few and far between, and rank-and-file policemen are a dime a dozen.
Spit it out. Where are the others?
Now, as a former military policeman myself, you know, I'm giving you this information from the heart. And I can kind of sort of speak with a small degree of authority on this. Very small degree. But that's why I'm giving you these sources, so that you can go look up this information yourself and see these types of things in action.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
So you can see right here that this entire side op is the side mission has been set up. It's a trap. They grabbed 2 of our intel team members, and then they set up the whole thing as a trap. So that they can hopefully use these little guys as the big bait to catch Big Boss. And kill him, hoping that the cutting off the head of the snake will allow the body to die. The Diamond Dogs. Or at least take out a high-level operative for Diamond Dogs, considering that Big Boss doesn't actually have to do the mission himself. Either way they win. They take somebody who's passive in the combat zone and they use them to take out somebody who's very active in the combat zone. Damn it. I thought I could take out that guy silently, but I could not.
incoming too. Roger that.
Where are the others?
So this whole thing with trying to find the truth from a narcissist is kind of like trying to find a truth from torture. And you can see that
Where are your friends?
the people the people affected here are attempting to use torture. The crew are definitely attempting to use torture a lot, and they're trying to use sodium pentothal, which they said either he could have had some sort of thing happen that boosted his metabolic enzymes, which we already know that Skullface is all about this whole gobbledygook with parasite therapy and stuff like this. And whenever it comes to something, some sort of surgery boosting his metabolic enzymes, that's very specific. You know who else has a change to her metabolism is Quiet, one of Skullface's top agents. I had an 80% chance of rescuing him whenever I, held down the Fulton button. So I had to shoot down the balloon and then try again at 100%. So part of the process of my therapist in that year of therapy that I did in 2018, which is continuing to ongo to this day, just not as often. Now it's like every other couple of weeks, every month or two, stuff like that. So a normal schedule in sharp comparison to the kind of schedule that I used to have to lead.
This is Pequot. Have arrived at LZ. We'll stand by.
But a lot of that therapy, especially whenever, remember, the suspicion and everything else, and the suspicion was very much warranted. My suspicion that Veterans Affairs medical centers that I was reporting to, my suspicion that they were simply blaming my family, which is already an insult, right? That, it wasn't the military that, fucked up your head, it was your family. And you're like, what the fuck did you just fucking say about my family? I don't fucking know you. I'll beat your ass, That's the sort of natural reaction that comes whenever some fucking guy in a lab coat comes up and says that you're fucked in your head and your family did it and the military had nothing to do with it, but also they have a financial incentive to feed me that line of bull. So whenever they blame my family for stuff that it's very possible for them to have done, or at least made significantly worse through however means, for them to state emphatically that no, they did not, cause or make my conditions any worse, and it was my family, they have a financial incentive for them to do so. that's part of the whole process, right? That's part of everything that kind of flies in the face of anything therapeutic. I'm going to be very resistant to anything if that's the way that you're approaching the situation in the first place. And that's why it took a full entire year. And what really sold it for me was, you know, it was very tough for me to believe the lab coats at Veterans Affairs, because they have a financial incentive to lie to me and blame my family for something that they did, so that they could keep from paying me any sort of disability. But what about the therapy I was going through with the psychologist at the base, at Scott Air Force Base? Like, does that, you know, does that check out? Yeah, that kind of checks out. They're probably instructed to be very careful about diagnosis with the, you know, active duty folks that are there, because any sort of diagnosis can lead, it's part of their medical record permanently, and can lead to them, you know, being able to claim, you know, lots of disability later on. So they're probably warned against it, right? It's reasonable to say that they probably have an incentive to not really tell you the truth there. So that's one thing. That makes sense. But then whenever I was going to a civilian center who was entirely detached from the other two, Scott Air Force Base and its requisite team did not have access to the Violence Prevention Center in Belleville, Illinois. And so whenever the people of Belleville, Illinois agreed, and Scott Air Force Base, you know, I didn't have the money to go and get a second opinion from a civilian doctor. I did not have the money to do all of that. So I was just going to continue on with these delusions for the foreseeable future. There was no other ifs, ands, or buts about it. But I didn't, entirely because it didn't make sense for, and I didn't tell them about the conclusions of the other two medical teams. So whenever they came to the same conclusion as Veterans Affairs VA Medical Center, and whenever they came to the exact same conclusion as everybody else, suddenly I was like, well, hold on a second, you know, maybe this is something. Maybe this, maybe they're right. Maybe this is the way that they're telling me it is. And so that was the only point in time whenever I really began to come around to all of that. But what was incredibly useful for to try to discern what is the truth is to go with something that is objective. So I would relay information that my parents would give to me. You know, they would say, like, My father would say, "Well, my dad died of his first ever heart attack. You know, therefore, I felt like I ruined his life." And oh, by the way, you just said that job satisfaction is the biggest factor whenever it comes to surviving your first ever heart attack. So that just cements the proof here that obviously I was right in my assumption to leave you in Illinois while I fuck off to Florida. But it wasn't, you know. So then I would go around to other people who knew the guy and would say, like, you know, I'd start to get the stories about how proud he was of his work as a carpenter and everything like that. And spreading that information around. So, oh, he actually fucking loved his job? So this entire narrative does not make sense. It does not apply here. So I'd have to go with the objective truth. And if there's one guy saying that things are one way, but literally everybody else is saying something different, then you have something that is far closer to what is most likely to be the objective truth, right? It's not always. You can get your average, you know, panicky masses.
Get down. Talk. Where are the others? On the ground.
I've never had the reflex go on for a really long time like that before, so that's another brand new glitch that has showed up entirely for your viewing pleasure after over 1,200 hours of playing this game on PS3 and PS4 and now PS5 and Steam and the Xbox 360. But I had to go with what was the objective truth. With my ex-wife, this is the type of people that I've been, you know, having to deal with my entire life. With my ex-wife, I had a panic attack. It was the first ever time that I had a panic attack. I didn't know what was happening, but there's this paralyzing fear, like a lion was about to attack me, essentially. Not that I've ever had that happen to me, but it was this paralyzing fear, and I just kind of like sat there in the car, and I just felt this insane sense of dread. And the real the thing that was going through my mind was that my wife at the time was never going to change, that she was going to continue to do this, you know, incredibly, you know, like all of these crimes and all this incredibly psychotic bullshit and everything, and it was never going to stop.
Subject on board.
And it was that realization that really gave me that panic attack. And I just sat there in the car until the feeling finally went away. I had to research what the hell just happened to me. Once I got home, my hands stopped shaking enough for me to drive. And then the medical personnel that spoke to me, they were Yeah, these was that I had communicated with, they were very scared because of my so they started talking, you know, about all my family history. And they're like that could easily turn into a heart attack and kill you. So I relayed that information and an additional article so that my ex-wife, my wife at the time, could verify internally, read for herself the fact that yes, absolutely, a panic attack can turn into a heart attack. I had a panic attack. A panic attack can turn into a heart attack and can kill me. And my wife that I was married to at the time did not care. And at that point in time, that's whenever she began, while she was in Guam, she changed over our banking account to start taking a stipend of money out of our joint accounts into our private accounts every single month, which is hiding assets with intent to divorce, which is a crime. You know, it's that whole thing, you know, a husband wins the lottery, tries to hide it from the wife, gets a divorce, she finds out about it, she takes him to court over it, and then soon enough, 100% of his winnings goes to the wife, or vice versa. You see this kind of shit happen all the damn time.
Subject on board. Leave the rest
Hiding assets with intent to divorce is a crime. That's why a judge can rule like that. Like a judge can't rule you're a dick. That's not a court ruling. Oh man, that's a dick move. Here's 5,000 hours of community service for being a prick. Ah, you can be a dick. It's not against the law. Remember the Casey Anthony trials? I know, that's a very, very controversial one. But whenever you actually dig into it, the fact of the matter is, it is not against the law to lie to anybody, including the cops. It's not against the law to lie. So there was a lot of evidence implicating a lot of different people, but there was nothing conclusive. And, you know, those that are part of the justice system, they have to find somebody guilty beyond any shadow of a doubt. They have to declare somebody innocent until proven guilty. And they were never able to prove anybody guilty during the Casey Anthony trials. And even though it was very clear that she had a fucked up family, and they all thought it was okay to lie to each other, and they all were constantly throwing each other under the bus, and the whole fucking family got dragged through the mud, and rightly so, because they were a bunch of fucking garbage people. But, you know, despite all that, nothing that they did was actually against the law, which is why the court was full-on forced to rule as they did. There was no other way around it. It was an open and shut case at the end of the day. It doesn't matter what you think or feel about these people. You haven't proven a fucking thing. Therefore, you have to let them go free. And I know that the public didn't really like that, but that's the way that the justice system works. You have to prove that these people are guilty. You can't just say, I don't like you. That's why I'm going to charge you with a crime. That's not the way crime works. So, that was that. So, but with my ex-wife, she began hiding assets with intent to divorce, which is a crime. It's an actual crime. And of course, I repeatedly complained. I repeatedly, you know, I would show everything that she's doing, all the messages and everything, to the family advocacy program managers. And they're kind of like human resources for the government. You know, at the end of the day, their job isn't to protect some fucking spouses and dependents that, you know, the service member has decided to drag out of this or that. That might be what they tell you. Oh, I'm here for you. But they're basically human resources for the government. For the military in particular. Their real job is to, their real job is actually 200% to protect the service member from the consequences of their own actions. And to make sure that the Navy is not implicated in any way, shape, or form. That's what their job really was. So even though I was submitting proof that my ex-wife, my wife at the time, a service member, was doing lots of crimes, like an excessive amount of crimes, they still couldn't find a shit to give. So I'd call the security office. I would talk to fellow Master-at-Arms. But whenever I was a Master-at-Arms, it was never my job to charge somebody with a crime. It was my job to fucking catch somebody who's breaking rules as part of the Uniform Code of Military Justice, or those rules that were present within the Manual for Courts Martial. That was my job. My job was to apprehend these people, to make them stop doing what they were doing. But to actually charge them with any sort of violation or crime, no, that was not my job. So talking to those within the security department, that didn't get me anywhere either. Their job wasn't to gather evidence either. I called them, they made reports, and then that was the full extent of it. Nah. Alright, I'll look into it. They had to pass it along to their superiors.
You gotta extract him.
So they did. So then I submitted all that information to the Navy Criminal Investigative Service, NCIS. There wasn't a fucking thing that they could do either. That's not their, you know, that might have been their jurisdiction or whatever, but they have to deal with personnel shortages and everything. They do not give a shit if, you know, somebody has been, you know, beating the shit out of their kid or their wife or anything like that. That is not what they are there for. They've got a personnel shortage, and they got to deal with that. So if they've got a personnel, if they've got a personnel shortage that they have to deal with, then and they've got a problem with one of their personnel, like beating his wife and kids, then what he's got to do, what they have to do, is separate that person from their wife and kids. Oh, okay. So their wife and kids are complaining because they come home and they beat the shit out of them. Well, let me separate them from, you know, let me, you know, the problem is clearly the wife and kids. Let's get the wife and kids away from this guy, and then, you know, keep on keeping on. That's what they're gonna do. Save my motherfucking life. Nobody cared. Nobody could do anything. So you think, at the very least, I'm communicating with actual fucking abuse counselors, the people who are in charge of deciding whether or not other human beings are abusive. They are giving that information to active duty personnel on board Scott Air Force Base. And they're speaking directly with the highest ranked person possible. A fucking doctor. So they're communicating directly with a actual active duty motherfucking psychologist in the United States Air Force, at the very least. You'd think that they'd be able to make a difference, but they don't. That's not their job. A psychologist, their job is not to
leave the rest to us.
to punish a human being who has damaged their patient. That's not their job. Their job is
Roger that.
to fix the damage. If they fix the same person over and over again, then they might be able to move the needle a little bit and start saying like, hey, you know, I told you that this or that soldier or sailor has been beating the absolute hell out of his wife and kids. That's absolute horseshit.
Where are the others?
Oh, fucking fire at me, cunt.
Not good. Don't let your buddy die, Snake.
Well, fantastic. So like I said, I absolutely could not move the needle in any way, shape, or form. And I fought and I fucking fought and fought. For a very long time I fought. And even now the situation seems completely hopeless. It seems that, you know, she's going to get away with attempted murder, essentially. You know, she's got, you know, they had reports from a motherfucking active duty psychologist in the United States Air Force, and she's communicating directly with doctors in the United States Navy and saying like, yeah, this guy isn't fucking lying or anything. It's very clear that he's getting the shit kicked out of him and everything. Like, it's very clear that he's in danger of death and fucking dismemberment. And they're like, alright, cool. Anyways, lunch, you know, like they don't care. Now, I'm making a lot of generalizations and everything, and it's partially because I'm still fucking livid about the matter, of course. But, you know, I'm also generalizing and giving the possible reasons why, because I don't know. I don't actually know what the fuck, you know, like how the fuck they justified their fucking behavior. I don't know how they justified their fucking monstrous behavior.
Say, boss, you see many animals in the field. Truth is, an environmental NGO has asked us to remove wild animals from combat zones. If you have the time, can you extract some back here? There's a reward in it for us. If you set up a capture cage, it'll trap small to medium-sized animals. The support unit will handle the extraction, so all you need to do is place the cage. Wild animals have all kinds of habitats. Try placing cages in a variety of places. You can check the animals list on your iDroid to see which animals have been extracted.
Where are you?
You gotta extract him.
But that was one of the huge things that really helped me out in therapy, was very plainly, I mean, like, my parents got the same MO, because they are also very fucking heavily narcissistic. And so they got the same, you know, sort of thing. It's just like, hey, stop abusing this human being or else he's gonna die. And you should care about that because he's your son. That was complete horseshit.
Talk. Where are the others?
Fucking second load of horseshit so many days. So, my wife at the time, whenever I was married to her, my ex-wife, she looked at the information presented to her and said, wow, you know, that is conclusive information that my actions is murdering my husband, and man, do I not give a shit. In fact, I'm going to commit more crimes. And that is fine by me. And that was the way that she dealt with the situation. It is very fucking, like, cut and dry. Wow, I don't have a choice whether or not to believe you. The fact of the matter is that my actions are murdering my husband. So, what do you think was my parents' reaction whenever they got over 600 pages at the time of information stating the same thing? Like, essentially, your actions are, you know, leading to the death of your own motherfucking son. And it's not like I'm a giant fucking pussy, you know. It's not like I'm some fucking, you know, absolute fucking sissy that just can't take a joke, is too sensitive, all this other kind of shit, which of course is something that my parents immediately turned around and tried to claim. Oh, clearly the only fucking thing that's happening here is that you're a gigantic wuss, and you just need to toughen up, and then I won't have to change anything about my behavior whatsoever, up to and including the motherfucking crimes that I keep doing. Which, I don't know if you know this, but not taking care of your kid and not paying child support, that's a crime.
Where are your friends?
Hitting other human beings, you know, assaulting them, that's a crime. It's very fucking crystal motherfucking clear exactly who's in the right and who's in the wrong here. Because one person is doing crimes and one person is not doing crimes. One person has a clean medical criminal record, and another person has a very fucking filthy criminal record. So that's really what helped me out quite a bit, was the objective truth, exploring the objective truth. Because I have these horrendous fucking people in my life that I had to deal with, who would repeatedly, you know, blame me for stuff that could not be my fault. And that was the whole thing. Is that, like, so okay, you know, they're blaming a human child, a boy, for their drinking or something like that. And so my therapist would be like, okay, well, you know, look around at all the different boys and girls of all over humankind in every single country in the world, and now let's ask a question. Do 100% of their parents drink? You know, do 100% of their parents, are they driven to violence? I said, well, you know, I'm different. I did this and I did that. Okay, well, let's look at the different people out there who have done this or that, you know. Well, I broke a vase once, so I deserve to be punched in the face. That's what they said to me, you know, while they were hitting me. That sort of shit. And so, then they would say, okay, well, let's look at all the different women and children out there that fucking break a vase and are 100% of them being hit. Also, would a lawyer agree with that assessment? Oh, your kid broke a vase? Well, did you hit him? Would they agree with that assessment? I say, well, whenever I fucking talk to, you know, some people, they'll say, oh, you sound like a fucking pussy. You sound like you're not able to do fucking anything in life, and you're a big sack of garbage. I said, well, are these people members of the United States Navy? Are these people, have these people gone through the training that you've gone through? Are they capable of making it through boot camp and everything else? No, but that's not You know, that's not really indicative of you know, strength or whatever. Really, does everybody in the world, what is indicative of strength? Does everybody in the world think that this is indicative of strength? So this is the sort of thought process that they were constantly sort of taking me through. Is like, you know, let's test your assumption. Let's assume that you've been told the truth.
Roger that.
And then, now that we're assuming that you've been told the truth, does it make any amount of sense? This was essentially what they had to do to walk me through every little part, parcel, and piece of what I've been told my entire life. By all the people that I loved and I trusted the most. And you can continue to love people who have caused you a great amount of damage. You can, of course, continue to love these people. You know, just imagine that you had a child who had seizures, for example. And as part of having seizures, you know, every now and again, in one of their spasms, they would strike you. Would that cause you to love them less? Because if the answer is yes, then you're a monster and you know it. But that was part of the thing. It's just parsing out all of these different things. Okay, here's what you've been told. Now, is that true? Here's what you've been told, but is that true? Over and over and over again. And every little claim, and I'm starting to look at the objective evidence. And then it was still really tough for me to hold my ground whenever these people would come around. Because I'd be like, okay, well, this isn't objectively true. And in the meantime, my mother is screaming at my face, screaming the same things that she's always fucking screamed at me. And I know, you're a fucking piece of shit, and that's the reason why you deserve to be treated like shit. It's because you're a fucking garbage human and all this other kind of shit. And it's really hard to hold your ground whenever somebody is that insistent. You're looking at another human being who's absolutely not acting like a human should, and you're sitting there thinking like, oh, like this isn't normal. Like, is this my fault that they're fucking yelling and screaming like this? And in the moment, like, you just fall back on your instincts, right? In the moment, you say, oh, it has to be my fault, because that's the way that you've been reacting to this behavior your entire life. Say, of course this is my fault. But then, it's only whenever you're at home later, it's only whenever you get on the horn with your therapist and whatnot, and they have to take you through that process again and say, like, was it your fault? Is it your fault that they're talking like that? Is it your fault that they're fucking going apeshit in front of you and screaming at the top of your lungs? Would anybody else react this way? Would anybody else, you know, agree with you? Or what about, you know, what about doctors? What about lawyers? It would, like, you're saying those exact same things to me, a doctor. Yeah, you're saying the exact same things to me, a doctor. Why aren't I screaming at the top of my lungs? Why aren't I reacting like that? And you slowly start to realize that, oh, just because these people are very adamant about their lies does not mean that they're not lies. And that's what really helped for me to parse out the truth in all of these different interactions, all these different people. I've had to deal with some truly despicable people. If you've got a parent that's saying, "Wow, look at this medical evidence in front of me that my actions are killing my child. I don't give a shit," then you don't have a parent. You have a person who happened to donate their genes to you who's a fucking monster. And that's the God's honest truth. And it might take you, just like it took me, it might take you an entire year of very involved therapy to come to that answer, to come to that definitive answer. That nobody on God's green earth should be saying that kind of shit, should be coming to those kind of conclusions about their child. But these are the types of people that I've had to deal with. These are the types of people that I've had in my life. And that's a lot to overcome. Of course it is. This whole thing, you know, my time in the military, you know, my time, you know, having to go through this back home, I have thousands of doubts. I put on this, you know, stupid facade of pseudo-confidence at times, and I'm pretty sure that you'll hear that a lot of it is just fucking made-up bravado. I hope that you can tell, you can understand that. But that's the God's honest truth. Over and over again, I constantly, you know, go back to these voices that used to be external, but have, over the period of my entire childhood, become internal. Going out to hit the autosave so they can turn around and finally use the box teleport. But while I'm here, I might as well gather some more personnel so I can hopefully get the cargo bolt and extract. Because it's required for our mission here in a little bit.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
So, I'm giving you these processes, and I'm giving you the sort of keys that were used with me in order to try to get from A to B here.
Spit it out. Where are your friends? He's coming too. Roger that.
Because I didn't, whenever I would, you know, speak to my family, one of the things that was sort of drilled home by my my therapist and whatnot is that there are a lot of people that give up on other human beings way too fast. Way too fast. So they go to a Thanksgiving dinner and then, you know, their family makes an offhanded comment like, well, you know, all you did was, you know, fight in Afghanistan, and that was after 2001, so therefore, you know, at least you weren't fighting in where the real fighting was. If you were fighting where the real fighting was, then you would have had a hell of a time. So you were lucky. I'm not making up that example. That is an exact example from Craig Mullaney's book, The Unforgiving Minute, A Soldier's Education. That's something that someone said to him. And I've had, you know, my youngest aunt, she has made offhanded comments to me, like all that I did whenever I was in the Navy was drink. Apparently, that's all I did. Now, she had a hate boner for the military because her ex-husband was in the Air Force. So automatically, you know, she just assumes that everybody was a sack of garbage like he was. She says, all you did is drink. It's like, listen, hon, like, they didn't let me drink on shift. They didn't even let me drink before I turned 21, you know, like, I was a master at arms. I was military police. Like, I, of course, had to follow the rules that I was enforcing. And I would. You wouldn't see me walking around outside with a damn, with white socks on. As a stupid example. People would get in trouble because they have white socks on, and that's, white socks is something that we wore with our, physical activity gear. Our physical training gear, part of the uniform was white socks. So he didn't want us to wear white socks out in town because then we could more easily be targeted as the possibility of being military personnel. And so we could be kidnapped and tortured and killed and etc. About time that car post got captured. So my aunt has made offhanded comments, fucking more than once. She's also demanded silence about the violence that was perpetrated upon me. Nobody ever demanded that of her. Nobody ever said, like, hey, could you shut the fuck up about your ex-husband beating you for once? But she demanded silence about it. She silenced the topic for the entirety of, No, fantastic.
I'm pulling them out of there.
Fuck me, D-Dog's turning into fucking Captain Planet. You know, he'd always show up in the episodes. You don't know this. You've never fucking watched Captain Planet. I'm 35 years old. Might as well be 103. But in the show, Captain Planet would show up, and everybody would combine all 5 of their magic powers from their magic rings, and Captain Planet would show up, and then somebody would, you know, hit him with like a fucking plastic bottle. And because it was litter, he would immediately be like, "Oh, the power is yours," and fucking dissolve back into the 5 magic rings. Like, fuck me, the only reason that we fucking called you out, Captain Planet, is because our 5 magic rings couldn't fucking do the job. And now you'll just fucking, the power is yours, like that's it? Like you got hit by a fucking styrofoam cup and then suddenly it's like, oh, power's yours, fuck this, I'm out of here. That's what D-Dog's turning into. Every minor explosion and he's gotta go home to get his owies fucking taken care of. Ah, damn it. What's going on, kitty cat? Coming to investigate me talking to my 0 viewers. I'm just tired of it being cold as fuck in here because I got the door open. I got my front door wide open. The front door of the front door of the mobile home that I'm staying at.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
I've got the front door of the mobile home that I'm staying wide open because I'm heating up my bath water. And so I didn't want the heat to build inside the house. It is May. It's supposed to be a fucking smidgen warmer than it is right now, but it's nearly 2 o'clock in the morning.
Speak. Where are the others?
Oh. D-Dog's just fucking begging to be kicked.
He's coming too.
He's already fucking batting 100 and he has just fucking got here. At least everybody's coming down in nice, neat little lines.
He's coming too.
He's coming down from the village, investigating. Marching out here like motherfucking toy soldiers. Forming a little fucking
subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Macarena choo-choo train. Got some sandwich heavies, they're all on the line. That's really helpful. They keep coming to me and I won't have to come to them.
He's coming too. Roger that.
That fucking sniper, he's never gonna come to me. He's gonna be keep being a fucking pain in my ass until I go up there and deal with him. Yeah, my youngest aunt has tried to silence the violence over and over again, and it's not from the perpetrator, of course, from the fucking victim. And she's got a master's degree in psychology, and she used to be a social worker, so a healthcare provider of some type. Yeah, she was a substance abuse counselor, but like still, like she knows not to do that, and she did it anyway. Because at the end of the day, she gives less of a shit about me than she does about her older sister. I'm the first grandchild. And it sort of makes sense, right? Like, my father's very charming. It's very tough to remain mad at my father for any length of time. He's a very charming dude. is charming. I'd even hazard to say that he's quite handsome. He looks really fucking good for his age. I might venture to say that he looks better than I do. I mean, he's a, pro BMX player, so it's kind of like, comparing a peasant to a fucking, to royalty, It's like all the white kids that make fun of the black kids because they don't know how to swim. I'm sorry, but the black kids didn't grow up in fucking neighborhoods where they had a goddamn pool. They didn't get to do hobbies. They were too busy surviving. So I'm very impressed that my father does BMX. Has his hobby of doing bicycle motocross. We're all very proud of him. But the only reason that he can do shit like that is because he fucking abandoned his son and he didn't pay child support for 18 years, Like, we're all very happy that he's very good at his little hobby. But the fact of the matter is that you have to have hobbies and be a law-abiding citizen if you want to, be in the right here. So it was very tough to get to the point where the opinion of the masses didn't matter. It was very important to get to the point. It was very tough to get to the point where, you can say, like, people can be very adamant about these sorts of things. You tell people that you went on unemployment insurance, and they'll be like, oh my fucking god, you went on a welfare? You're a fucking welfare queen. I've had people call me the N-word because I fucking got unemployment insurance. But that's something I was fucking told to do. I was literally following orders from the guy that ran the Transition Assistance Program class at Tinker Air Force Base in 2011. It's like, holy shit, dude. But the fact of the matter is, the thing that made all the difference was the objective truth, was the objective facts. Because the fact of the matter is, unemployment insurance is a fucking, it's a, state benefit. Holy shit. Unemployment insurance is something that that the United States government has decided to give its citizens. It does not at all matter what some random citizen thinks about it. What matters is that it's something that is given by the United States government freely of its own accord. It does not matter what the fuck you think about it, or what the fuck I think about it. So if you want to yell at me about what you think about it, that's very cool. That's an awesome opinion, bro. I'm very proud of you.
Leave the rest to us.
Your opinion is noted, but your opinion is also like assholes. Everybody has one. Like I said, I'm super stoked that you've got this very I'm super stoked that you've got this very this opinion that you're very passionate about.
He's coming too.
It does not, it does not matter in the grand scheme of things. And so there are other people that also show signs of narcissism. I'm not just calling everybody that I dislike a narcissist. I promise. And that's the other thing. I get to actually point to the people who diagnose narcissism and who don't diagnose narcissism. But there's a book written by, I believe, a medical professional. Could be wrong about that, but there's a book called How to Kill a Narcissist. A book called How to Kill a Narcissist. And it was something that I had to read because I involved myself in yet another relationship with a narcissist a little over a year ago. And part of the book, the author says everybody's a little bit narcissistic. You essentially have to be. This isn't the precise words of the book, but you essentially have to be.
Subject on board. Leave the rest
If somebody comes up to you, if somebody fucking busts into your house and, you know, starts fucking attacking you with their motherfucking fists and feet, you have to at least be a little smidge narcissistic to decide that this person's life is worth less than yours whenever you decide to defend yourself. You're not sitting there weighing all the different factors and saying, well, the person has this and that skin color, and so they probably come from this and that background, and they probably come from this, and they probably need my stuff more than I do. You're not doing any of that shit. You're just defending yourself. And if that defense of yourself, your person, and your belongings, if that defense becomes, ends up taking the other person's life, so be it. And like I said, it can be very simple. My training in judo, I took a year of judo, all because it was being offered by my old English teacher, the Itakawa dojo, way back in 2006, 2007. And so I took a year of judo, and the only reason I was capable of doing that at all was because he didn't charge any money for it. The only money that was part of that was for the United States Judo Association.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
The USJA demanded money. So that $40 a year was the only fees for me to take that judo class. But that judo class includes stuff like chokes. A nice rear naked choke. Okay. So whenever you're in a competitive match, one of the things that you can do to win is to choke a person unconscious. And once you choke a person unconscious, or that person taps out, then that's that. The match is over. You've won. In a self-defense situation, it's easy to judge any sort of twitch, any sort of, movement as more struggling, whenever it could be the death throes of somebody who is losing their life. With the adrenaline pumping, with it being a self-defense situation, it's fairly easy to hold on for a little bit longer because you'd rather hold on a little longer than let this person go and have them grab the weapon that they were trying to hurt you with or whatever and start at it again. It's much, much easier just to hold on for that little bit longer in your rear naked choke And the line between consciousness and death is very, very thin. But it's a relatively easy thing to spot whenever you're in a competitive environment. And like that's your job, that's what your training has been all about, is to make sure that nobody gets, choked to death. As being, once they're unconsciousness, you pull the fighters apart, etc. The judokas, the practitioners. But in a self-defense situation, it's relatively easy to just, hold on that little smidge too long, and then suddenly that person, yeah, you choked them unconscious, but you held on a little too long, and now that person's not going to wake up. You have to be at least a little narcissistic to take a person's life like that, even if you didn't mean to. The fact of the matter was that it happened. Doesn't matter that you meant it or not. It happened. In a court of law, sure. They're going to charge you with manslaughter instead of murder. In a court of law, you're going to get away scot-free because of self-defense laws and stuff like that. But even something as innocuous and possibly even like automatic as a fist, as a single thrown fist. I brought up this example before. I'll probably bring it up again. The UK government has had posters and advertisements as PSAs, as public service announcements, stating that you need to be careful in a brawl. You need to be careful about choosing whether or not to be in a brawl, because one single punch can take someone's life, and it can. They're absolutely right. You can say, this is a fucking pussy move by the government and blah, blah, blah. This is indicative of how not manly the UK government is. And say whatever the fuck you want, brother. Do you have an argument for, like, can a single punch take out a person's life? Because if the answer is no, then you better back that shit up, because there's fucking plenty of people who've lost their life after a single punch. Like, you're gonna have to give me lots of evidence to prove that all those people were made up and they're not real and stuff like that. Because I don't care what you think about it. I don't care how you feel about it. What it is the objective truth. Finding the objective truth was really a healing thing. I didn't have to go back to the therapist every single time one of my parents said another lie. I didn't have to go back to the therapist every single time my, for example, my older aunt, my oldest aunt, defended her sister's crime and tried to accuse me of somehow or another provoking her, which would make it okay for her to do crimes. My oldest aunt repeatedly, treating me like I was the criminal, whenever I'm the one with the clean medical record and 2 branches of the military and 2 different degrees, and my mother has, a high school diploma, very proud of her, but nothing at all that gives her permission to do crimes. Like I said, in retrospect, hindsight is 20/20. In retrospect, it's very easy to say, oh shit, you've got this criminal, this person who continues to do crimes over and over again, screaming at you about how, if you would have just not provoked them, then they wouldn't have hit you. That why do you have to rile me up like that? You know how I get, you know, these sorts of things. In retrospect, hindsight's 20/20. It makes perfect sense to understand these things. But at the moment, you know, these people, especially if they're very passionate and insistent, it becomes very persuasive. It's just like anybody. If somebody's screaming at the top of their lungs about how fucking amazing their vacuum cleaner is, it will make you more likely to buy it. It will make you more likely to change your mind about that particular vacuum. Wow, they're really fucking jazzed about that damn vacuum cleaner. It must be a pretty good vacuum cleaner. That's the automatic assumption. It must be a pretty good vacuum cleaner. Their argument may not make any sense whatsoever, but in the moment you're like, wow, they're really passionate about this argument. Therefore, their argument must have some truth to it. It must be a good argument because they're so fucking passionate about it. That's the way that the human mind works. So I didn't have to go back, you know, to the therapist each and every time that my youngest aunt would tell me to stop, you know, talking about the people, stop complaining about the people who are doing things that nearly led to your death. Stop complaining about it. Suffer in silence or die. Yeah, I know that that's not what she said, but that's what she fucking meant.
Where are the others?
You say, well, she doesn't want you to die. I'm sure she doesn't want you to die. Yeah, but the fact of the matter still remains the same. It doesn't matter if the person that fucking, you know, killed your son, you know, was did it as cold murder or manslaughter. The fact of the matter is you lost your motherfucking son. I know a court of law is going to split those hairs, but you're still not going to get your son back.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
It doesn't matter what her intention was. The fact of the matter remains the same. This other person gets to continue, you know, putting other people in the hospital on the brink of death. That's another thing. It's very, very difficult for my for me to fully accept that somebody did that. Somebody did that to me. So you're saying that I was on the verge of death? You're saying that this person that I love and trust nearly killed me? You're full of shit, right? That's a natural response. Wow, that doesn't make any sense.
Where are the others?
I'm a veteran of 2 different military branches. That only makes it harder for you to convince me that, you know, my family nearly murdered me. You know, their actions nearly led to my death. And no, they weren't meaning to kill me, for certain. But it doesn't matter. Because whenever they're faced with the medical evidence that that's exactly what did happen, that I was nearly killed because that today's the day that they no longer believe in medical evidence. Or rather, today's the day that they're going to stop believing in this particular medical evidence. not sitting here and telling my story for my own sake. I'm trying to give you the keys to how my mind was changed. Not everybody can get into the military in the first place. Maybe you made the mistake of going to the doctor for one of your illnesses. Veterans Affairs have been very adamant about the fact that my family made me the way that I am. Gave me all of these different diagnoses, and I required this this medication my entire life. They've been very adamant about that fact. And I've come to believe them, for the most part. I do believe that they're, you know, the big thing is that while they may not have caused these illnesses, there are years and years and years of passing me from one hand to the next to the next. All these different medical professionals that gave me the A-OK whenever there was clearly something wrong with me. All of that definitely made my conditions worse. I don't think anybody in their right mind could argue against that. I think that's pretty much 100% fucking certain. And that's what I plan on, you know, as much as I possibly can. That's what I plan on arguing with these new veteran disability people. But whenever you give somebody 100% of this medical evidence, completely uncensored, give them full access to all of your medical records, and that day is the day that they decide that they don't trust these particular medical records. But they also won't talk to the the doctors that gave these diagnoses. They won't entertain this thought in the first place. They don't want proof, one way or the other. They don't want anyone to tell them that they're right. Well, they want people to tell them that they're right. But if anybody has a chance of telling them that they're wrong, then they're not even going to give them the chance. That's the whole thing behind narcissism. In one way, shape, or form, they believe that they're better than all the other people on this planet. They'll never vocalize that. They'll never sit there and say that in explicit terms. But they will tell you shit that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And they'll do it without batting an eye. They will say shit like, well, I don't give a fuck what the medical people think. I remember my mother saying those exact words. I don't give a fuck what the medical people think. I don't care. I don't give a fuck what the doctors say. I don't care. And I gave her a counter argument. I said that you cared about the doctor. You cared about what the doctor said whenever I was being born. But now that my life is on the line again and you're at fault, suddenly you don't care about them. You don't care about me possibly exiting this life. Your son. And she said, well, that's a little bit different. I said, no, it's not, because it was always life or death. There's always a life or death situation. You listen to your doctors whenever I was being born, but you won't listen to my doctors now whenever I'm so close to losing my own life. You listen to your doctors whenever you agree with them. You don't listen to your doctors whenever you disagree with them. It's very simple. It's just what you want to hear That's the only thing that concerns you. It's whatever you want to hear. So like I said, I didn't go to the doctor, I didn't go to the therapist each and every time. My aunt, my youngest aunt, each and every time my youngest aunt silenced me about, you know, and told me in nearly explicit terms that she wants me to stop complaining about other people hurting me and wants me to continue letting other human beings hurt me. All because those other human beings are more closely related to her.
Bring him home, boss.
I didn't have to go back to my therapist each and every time that happened. My therapist and my doctors gave me those tools, and I would have to go home. In the moment, I'm like, what the fuck is going on? But after everything is said and done, I would be able to go home, and I'd be able to parse apart what just happened and say, objectively speaking, was this the right action that they did in this moment? And say, no. And she knows that. She knows that this was the incorrect thing to do. But she did it anyways. Because it's easier. It's easier to tell me to shut the fuck up about my own pain and suffering than it is to tell her sister to stop killing her kid. Because whenever anybody tells her sister that anything that she's doing is the wrong thing to do, her sister starts screaming at the top of her lungs and acting like a human being shouldn't act. So whenever one person very calmly explains to you that what you're doing is wrong and gives you evidence, it's easy to deal with that person. It's hard to deal with a person screaming and hollering in your face and activating your fight or flight reflexes, and might physically damage you, so might start hitting you and hurting you if you disagree with her, and will cut off all contact with you for ages and ages because you dared to speak ill of her. So I would have to, after these events, I'd have to go home and I'd have to internally check on these things. And thankfully, I would have these continuing practices. You know, I'd have, thankfully, I had this continued access to my therapist and whatnot. Nowadays, there are many more. There's much more in the way of free resources than there were whenever I was a kid. There's more, you know, like, if I would have known that Centerstone was a thing whenever I was a child, then maybe I would have never... maybe I would have received help for all of my mental illnesses a long time ago. Maybe my mother wouldn't have gotten a sunken cost fallacy about her actions and decided to double down on her behavior. Maybe she was still receptive to possibly changing her behavior way back when. So things could have been a lot easier back then. I could have received some proper diagnosis and treatment back then. That's part of the other thing that I like to do, is I like to try and see if the actions that I take are the actions that other people can take. If I say, oh, I just went to the to Veterans Affairs, and that's what I did in order to fix all of my wounds, then that's not a useful thing for other people to hear whenever they're suffering from similar situations. And I want to help people. I think everybody at the end of the day wants to help people.
Talk. Where are the others?
I mean, the warm fuzzies are a universal feeling, right?
Я не хочу умирать!
Hands up. Get down. Talk. Where are your friends?
So I think that people would much rather help people than hurt people, for the most part. One of the things that Patton Oswalt said after the Boston bombing, I've always considered to be quite inspiring, and I consider it true for the most part. I consider it something that overall, I believe it. I truly believe it. He said that there's always going to be horrible shit like this happening. There's always going to be horrendous, shit like this happening. But I believe it likely happened much more often in the distant past. The fact of the matter is, nowadays, there are so much more safeguards in place to prevent people like this doing things like this. And we're just going to tighten this up more and more and more, and leave less and less room for people to do stuff like this. And so the real thing is that people are mostly good. That at the end of the day, most human beings are good. And the thing that these bad actors out there have to realize is that they are grossly, grossly outnumbered. And each and every time that they do something like this, it will be their end. And it's something that I believe.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
And I think with the statistics with illnesses, the statistics with whether or not a person with a mental illness is necessarily dangerous, which they are not, with the sheer fact of the warm fuzzies and all the stuff, all the information that we have about the happiness between people who give gifts and who receive gifts, I think all of that is pretty, definitive information regarding whether or not we have a situation where good people outnumber the bad. I think that all of the objective facts of this matter pretty much favor this idea. That's right. Wake up out of your little stupor here. Let's start having some fucking movement in my direction, shall we?
That's the target.
Pretty please, some motherfucking cheese on top.
Subject is in.
Oh, damn it. Feed me more soldiers.
Where are the others?
So the whole reason why I went from 5 days a week for over a year to being able to see my doctors and everything
You gotta extract him.
every couple of months and stuff like that is because they gave me the tools that I needed.
He's coming too. Roger that.
They gave me the tools that I needed to suss these things out for myself without their help. And so I'm trying to pass that on. I'm trying to make it so you have some of these tools to start to think intrinsically about these things and see if they're objectively true. The objective truth is a cleansing agent. It really does reveal itself, even if it's ugly. And as I've stated before in one of these broadcasts, it will reveal itself especially if it's ugly.
Where are your friends?
The truth will reveal itself much more readily if it is ugly. That's how I found out that, you know, whenever I was in an argument with my ex-wife and she randomly began screaming like a banshee, like she was being stabbed in the middle of an argument, and I was like, what's wrong? Where does it hurt? What's going on? And she was like, I don't know. That's how I figured out that she had made a recording. She started showing everybody, she started having everybody listen to this recording, but only if the phone was in her hand. Because then she could play the part where she's screaming like a banshee and stop it before I begin saying what's wrong, what happened, where does it hurt, you know, why are you yelling. She can clip out the parts that make me look like a monster and, you know, hide the truth. And I've spoken to her before and she said, well, I didn't actually lie to anybody about who in this relationship was abusive. I would tell them that somebody is abusive, and then they would come to their own conclusion that you were the abusive one. And so that's a lie of omission. And I had to explain to her this. I had to tell her that, you know, if you go into a court of law and you tell somebody that, you know, that you're there because you killed somebody with poison, because you poisoned somebody to death, and you tell them, well, I told them that it was poison. And they say, what did you say to him exactly? And you play the audio, and you said, no, this is, you know, this is okay to drink as long as you're immune to poison. And you waited to say, as long as you're immune to poison, until after they'd already drank it. Then that's a lie of omission. You're still gonna fucking go to jail. Like I said, you know, these people, they don't think the way that the rest of us do. They don't, it doesn't matter that a court of law wouldn't, you know, accept this. They will do anything and everything to justify their monstrous actions. It's the difference between everybody being a little bit narcissist and somebody, you know, thinking that it's okay to kill their husband because they don't want to go see a therapist. To them, that's not even a contest. Oh, they have to do anything whatsoever? They would much, much rather blame everybody else and use anything and everything that they possibly can to justify that choice. It's about identity. Anything, everything is all part of it. So if you tell them to stop wearing hats, they consider it a fucking attack on who they are as a human being. Because everything is part of their identity.
Where are your friends?
They can't possibly separate out their car from their skin from their clothes from their choice to beat their kids. Oh, beating my kids, that's who I am, you know. Asking me to change who I am, that's tantamount to killing me. And because it's tantamount to killing me, then obviously it's okay for me to kill you first. You see how that pathway in their brain, like, it leads them to an incorrect conclusion, and that's what they stick with? And then to avoid thinking about the logic that doesn't make sense to anybody else, they will essentially distract themselves from it as much as humanly possible. They know that it doesn't make any sense.
Spit it out.
How have I not taken this base yet?
Where are the others?
Okay, there's another guy down here. Is he the last guy? Pretty pleased with cheese on top. Can he be the fucking last guy?
He's coming too. Roger that.
Speak. Where are the others?
This base has some more personnel in it than there are motherfucking stars in the damn galaxy. Son of a bitch.
Subject on board. The rest to us.
I think these discussions are important to have. At the end of the day, if, let's say it's something fairly simple. Let's say that my ex abused me, nearly killed me, and everything, so therefore, I somehow or another ensure that that happens to her. Well, then you've got, I think, Gandhi, who said an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. What does that do for me? If someone else does to my ex what happened to me, what does that do for me? Does that help me in any way, shape, or form? That might be very cathartic. But imagine what I would have to do in order for that to happen. I'd have to, like, I don't know, fucking, like, hire somebody. So I would have to work for a very long time to hire somebody to, I don't know, seduce her and then, like, start treating her the way that she treated me. But then, you know, since she's not me, then she would obviously fucking dip out of this situation instead of staying and continuing to be abused. that then I would have to engineer or manufacture some way for her to think that she's forced into staying in the situation. And then I had to pay this person like really big bucks to do all this nonsense, and for him to figure out in the moment how to outsmart the situation and manipulate as much as humanly possible. It's like in ways that I couldn't even imagine. I had to, you know, work for like years and years to save up enough money to do this. I would be searching for absolutely ages to find somebody who would do this for me, just for revenge, just for so she could suffer as I have suffered, you know. And then what happens, you know? She doesn't learn her lesson. She's just going to make it even more. She's just going to become even more vindictive. And she was capable of murdering another human being in the first place, and thinking that it was okay in the first place, and deluding herself into thinking that that series of circumstances is okay. And again, we already know exactly what happens whenever you get a gift versus being given a gift. We already know that it's not. It's know scientifically that it's not going to make me happy for these things to happen to my ex-wife. It might be slightly cathartic, but it really isn't. It's funny, like several of my medical providers told me that it's okay to, you know, be upset about at somebody who harmed you in such a way. And I told them repeatedly that I can't be mad at somebody who's sick. What are you gonna do? Do you like if your kid like comes up to you, your toddler, your 2-year-old comes up to you and coughs right in your mouth, what are you gonna do? Deck him in the face? Like, hopefully you won't have a kid after that because somebody took him away from you, not because, you know, that punch wasn't, you know, the smartest idea to do to a child. But like, also, like, they're a kid. They it's not their fault that they're sick. Sure, they could, you know, practice. Like, what if it's what if your kid has lice and then they give you lice? Are you gonna be mad at your kid? It's not their fault. They're not in charge of lice. So all these things came out because my ex-wife is very, very ill, and she needs help from medical professionals, from many, many medical professionals. And it's one of those types of helps where she's basically going to be forced to get it. Somebody's basically going to have to hold her down and force her to get that help that she needs. And that's a very, very tough thing to do. She can decide that it's a type of situation where, you know, she's being forced to do something, and therefore she is instead going to pretend that she is accepting all the lessons and do whatever she needs to do in order to, you know, manipulate her way out of that situation. That could be what she decides to do. My youngest aunt, whenever she was talking about, while she was working as a social worker, as a substance abuse counselor, she said there's levels to people. There's a certain set of circumstances that people will go through. So if somebody's been court-ordered to see her, it's nearly impossible to change their mind. They have to get to the next stage where they're accepting that they have a problem, because they can be smoking meth and stuff like that and know that it's against the law, and they just don't believe in the law anymore. They just think that the law is horseshit, that they should be able to smoke as much meth as they want. and they can quit any time that they feel like it. You know, there's plenty of addicts that are that exact way. And that's exactly how my ex-wife is going to be. You know, the moment that somebody who actually knows what the hell they're doing gets a hold of her and her file and everything and realizes that she needs a lot of help. And it's the same thing with my mother, with my father. In the off chance that they manage to get around the people who can actually help them and are tied to the chair long enough to force them to get that help, it's still going to be incredibly hard to change their mind and allow them to think that they do in fact need that help. And then they'll have to accept that the person in front of them even can help them. They might consider themselves beyond redemption and double down because of the sunken cost fallacy. You know, there's a million ways that this situation can go, but none of them are very good ones. So throughout this game, throughout the rest of the tapes in particular, you're going to see a lot of this sort of wishy-washiness happen with old Huey. It's very clear that his actions led to the death of a lot of people, and he's going to justify it in a lot of different ways. He's going to change his story a million different times. And that's very much something that you might, you know, experience here in real life. And I'm going to give you everything that I did whenever I experienced it in real life. But at the end of the day, you know, that's that. That's all I can give you. I can pass down what's been passed down to me. I think in the modern day, there's a lot more help out there than there ever was whenever I was a child. And that's very much a good thing. I don't want every kid to have to walk uphill in the snow both ways just because I have. So I'm very glad that we live in a world that might make it easier to get the help that I got eventually. And it's much more accessible. After 2020, a lot of things went remote, and the fact that they went remote allowed it to become a thing where more people are able to get a hold of these services. They don't have to drive for 1 million miles just to get from A to B and be able to get a hold of these services. But it's fucking 2:30 in the morning, man. So I'm gonna go ahead and get off of here. And even though I've been heating up my bath water for hours now, I'm probably just gonna go straight to fucking bed. Fuck this. Anyway, good night. Yeah, I'll talk to you next time I get the chance.